everybody, and welcome back to my channel. My name is Rux, I'm Western Tropical Astrologer, and today we are going to be talking about February of 2026. Folks, what a month February is going to be. So much astrology to unpack. We are kicking off eclipse season this year, 17th of February, new moon solar eclipse in Aquarius. The first eclipse of a series of eclipses that is going to end in January 2028 on the Aquarius-Leo axis. Saturn goes into Aries. I wanted to say full speed ahead, but not exactly. Sort of at its Saturnian, slow and steady, sometimes frustrating pace, 13th, 14th of February, depending on where you are in the world. And it's going to come together with Neptune. The conjunction is going to be exact on the 20th of February. We've already had a Saturn-Neptune conjunction in 2025, pretty much from the end of May until the beginning of September of 2025. So themes that initially popped up in our lives end of May until the beginning of September last year are coming back to our attention, and they are here to stay. They are here to get sort of crystallized. They are setting up a new reality for us. Saturn in Aries is going to bring new leaders, new rules. I think it was Liz Green that said, Saturn both fears and craves whatever it's placed in. So Saturn in Aries is going to fear conflict. It's going to fear asserting itself. It's going to fear leadership. It will fear new beginnings, but it will crave exactly the same things. In a way, it will crave to be a leader. It will crave authority in times of conflict. It will build walls, strong defense walls, because again, it will be afraid of conflict. Saturn and Neptune together, oh, what a mix. What a mix. So the old sort of like order, the old rules, the old systems, the old foundation, the establishment is crumbling. Neptune dissolves everything that it touches. It will dissolve old ideals, old aspirations in terms of leadership, and it brings in new ideals. And Saturn comes in and gives them shape. There will be this sort of like contrast between what is real, what is practical, what is pragmatic. Saturn, aka Father Time, the Lord of Karma, as it's also called, and what is an illusion, what is a fantasy, Neptune, okay? New rules around Neptunian things, such as the pharmaceutical space, the sort of like drug sector, the drugs industry, the artistic industry as well. New rules around water, oceans, and so on. Saturn coming together with Neptune can also bring in a sense of duty and responsibility towards those that are suffering, towards those that are powerless in some shape or form, towards those that are victims in some shape or form. It's like it's our collective duty to support and to help them. So much to talk about this. I mean, I've already talked about Saturn and Neptune coming together, so I'm not going to spend too much time on it. But yeah, do have a think about your life and how it shifted and what new rules / restrictions / disappointments maybe, but a new reality. What new reality kind of came to your attention in 2025, end of May, throughout the whole summer, because it's very likely we're going to see similar themes popping up to stay. Saturn's going to be in Aries all the way until 2028. So yeah, if I were to give a word of advice, take it, leave it. Obviously, everyone's got free will. You don't have to listen to this random lady on the internet giving words of advice. I have noticed that Saturn in Aries is here to warn us not to be too Aries-like. So Saturn clearly wants to restrict whatever it touches. So wherever in your life you've been very impulsive and fast and super risk oriented and you've kind of like thrown caution to the wind and just went for it. Saturn comes in and says, hey, you slow down there, because if you don't slow down, there will be consequences, including there can be consequences from a physical perspective, from a material perspective. So do rein in the Aries impulse. That's purely my recommendation. Other things that are going on in February. I jumped right into it. I jumped straight into it. But before we go right into it, let me take a step back. I told you I've got so much that I need to share with you. I've got notes all around. Before we move forward, let me share this for the people who are new here, or maybe even for those who have been following me for some time but don't know this yet. I'm a Western tropical astrologer. I'm a full-time consulting astrologer, a professional astrologer, and I work with clients on a day-to-day basis. And if you want to work with me, if you're at a crossroads, if you are looking for guidance, for meaning, for answers, the meaning of whatever's going on in your life, if you're looking to make sense of the chapter of life that you're in, if you are wondering, what is my purpose? Where should I channel my energy? What should I be aware of at this moment in time or in the year ahead? What are my talents, my skills, my challenges in this lifetime? What are my karmic lessons? All of these questions and more, we can address them during a personal astrological consultation. So if you want to book that, you can do that via my website, which is also in the pinned comments and in the description box. It is written in the stars-astrology.com. And if you're a new client, the 1 hour, 15-minute Zoom consultation is the option to go for. If you are an existing client, you can also opt for the 30 minutes follow-up if you just have a few questions, or the year ahead forecast, which has a preferential rate for existing clients. Now, if you are a new client, but you are very familiar with your natal chart and you don't want us to go into the natal chart, you want us to focus purely on the year ahead, or on relocation, or on compatibility, or on your vocation, your career, we can certainly do that. The 1 hour, 15-minute Zoom consultation is still the option to go for, and it is completely customizable to your needs. If you come to me and you say, Rux, I just want to understand more about my relationship dynamic with this person, or I want to understand where I'm at from a career perspective. I'm looking for a job, or I'm looking to make a career shift. What are my skills? What are my talents? How can I make more money? What are my financial blockages? What are my lessons around finances or career or anything? We can, I repeat, completely customize the session to your needs. So, written in the stars-astrology.com, that is where you can find me. A very sort of like, important element to keep in mind: for any astrological consultation, we need your date, time, and place of birth. Please check your time of birth, if possible, on your birth certificate, or with maybe more than just your mom, because sometimes moms might... maybe they remember, maybe they don't remember. I think they were pretty busy giving birth when you were born. So the time of birth is incredibly important for accuracy purposes. Also, another kind of technical detail: all my client consultations are done via Zoom, and we can also record the call so that you can have access to it at a later date if you wish to re-listen to it. The majority of my clients do want the video to be, the call to be recorded, because many times when you revisit the information, when you re-listen to what was talked about, other things sort of like start popping up and clicking, and you kind of process things better. So my recommendation would be to go for the for us to record our video call, but completely up to you. And from a technical perspective, I use the whole sign house system in case there are astrological geeks out there like myself, astrology students or fellow astrologers. That is my preferred house system. Obviously, everyone can use whatever they want, but that is what I use in my practice. Now, going back to the astrology of February 2026, most important dates of the month. 1st of February, full moon in Leo. The sun is co-present with Venus at the time, so this can be actually quite a fun time. There's kind of like an optimistic vibe, a positive vibe in the air. People are coming together. Maybe they're celebrating something. Uranus goes direct in Taurus 4th of February until the end of April, until the last week of April. It still has some changes up its sleeve that it wants to implement in our lives. Collectively, this could come up as new disruptions or additional disruptions of our economy as we, of the economy, not our economy necessarily, of the economy as we know it. Innovations, changes, breakthroughs when it comes to food, when it comes to matters connected with agriculture. But Taurus is a lot about money, so expect changes on that, on the financial front. 5th of February, Mercury squares Uranus. Disruptions in terms of travel, commerce, technology. 6th of February, Mercury goes into Pisces, and we're going to come back to Mercury and Pisces. Communication starts getting a little bit fuzzier, a little bit more artistic, a little bit more imaginative. Venus squares Uranus, 8th of February, active day before, day after. Expect the unexpected. I know, such a walking, talking cliche I am. When it comes to relationships, interactions with others, friendships, and there can be disruptions of existing relationships. People might also be quite shocking in their choices from an aesthetic perspective and from an artistic perspective. Probably one of the best transits of February and maybe even March. Venus goes into Pisces. Venus is going to be exalted in Pisces. The lesser benefic Venus from the 10th of February until the 6th of March is going to have a lovely, lovely, lovely jubbly time in Pisces. So it makes us much more romantic. I love this because Valentine's Day is kind of around the corner, but we maybe should be romantic at all times. It makes us much more thoughtful, much more open from an emotional perspective when it comes to our relationships with others, much more unconditionally loving. And yeah, I love this. I love this time, especially for those of you who have water placements. Venus in Pisces is going to be superb. What are the water signs? So if you have planets in water in Pisces, Cancer, and Scorpio, enjoy more than everyone else. Enjoy this transit. Saturn goes into Aries, then 16th of February, Mercury trines Jupiter. I love this day. I mean, this is a great day for writing, for speaking, for kind of like inspired talks, inspired conversations, as well as conversations and communications that sort of uplift us. New moon solar eclipse, 17th of February in Aquarius, ruled by Saturn in Aries conjunct Neptune. Boy, is there a new beginning on the horizon for groups of people, for entire communities. And I do believe at a collective level, this is a new beginning also from a technological / a digital perspective. Maybe innovations are coming up. Pay attention to the news around this time, because this is going to be, maybe it doesn't feel big when it happens on the 17th of February, but it's probably going to feel immense in terms of its impact at a collective level over the summer, July, August, especially once the North Node goes into Aquarius. Pisces season begins 18th of February. 22nd of February, active day before, day after, probably best day of the month, Venus trines Jupiter. We have two benefics coming together. Anything is probably going to work out beautifully around the 22nd of February, give or take a day before, a day after, especially maybe the day before as well. Especially if anything that you're doing is romantic, artistic, spiritual, travel-oriented, selfless, if it's meant to connect you with others at a deeper level emotionally, if you're doing something from the heart, a great time to receive blessings, to count blessings, to connect with a higher power, to dream big, and to let others support us and help us. Mercury retrograde begins 26th of February in Pisces all the way until the 20th of March, and the post-retrograde shadow period ends second week of April. So, folks, Mercury retrograde in Pisces can really scramble things up from a communications perspective, but in what sense? Communications are likely to be very unclear, very convoluted. People say something and they meant something else. Mercury retrograde in Pisces can also bring up all the scammers, the liars that promise the moon and the sea and the stars, and they are thieves, they are scammers, they are trying to like take your money, they're trying to pull the wool over your eyes. So if someone is a very sweet talker, beware. I'll say it. Of course, I'm going to give you the general Mercury retrograde recommendations. Make sure that you don't lose your passport, that you don't forget where you put it. I mean, Mercury in Pisces can also be super forgetful, especially in retrograde. If you need to buy stuff, make sure that you keep the receipt. I would maybe not recommend buying things that are mercurial, such as phones, laptops, cars, because, hey, you might need to return them or something might be wrong with them and you might not initially notice. That is the thing. Pisces is, archetypally speaking, a sign that is very good at concealing things, okay? So initially you might get this beautiful car and it's like, oh, it's fabulous, look at it, and it works, and we tested it, and nothing's wrong. And then further down the line you realize it is wrong. With it, something. Let me just finish my whole phrase. 27th of February, my least favorite day. Mars squares Uranus, cyber attacks, technological attacks, things going wrong with technology. There is a chance of accidents and incidents involving electricity, accidents and incidents involving groups of people. I have seen Uranus generally be involved in earthquakes as well, 27th of February, so pay attention, day before, day after. And do not rush. Please don't rush in general. Whenever I see a difficult Mars transit, I'm like, take your time. Slow down. Also slow down when it comes to saying things that you cannot take back. And Mercury conjuncts Venus in Pisces, 28th of February. I did mention this, especially for a few signs in the update for all 12 zodiac signs. But hey, nothing screams hearing back from exes like Mercury retrograde conjunct Venus in Pisces. There's a possibility you might see the past through rosy-colored glasses. You might reminisce. You might be nostalgic about the past around this time. It is generally a good time, the 28th of February, maybe to reconnect with people that you love, maybe that you've lost touch with. But I would just be cautious with the romantic side of things. There's also a possibility that someone might try to say whatever it is that you want to hear so that they can win you over, and then once the retrograde is over in March, you realize that they were not completely honest with you. But maybe it's you who is saying things that you know the other person wants to hear, and it's all going to come to light after the retrograde is over. So it depends how you're going to play it. Truth is probably the antidote to this. The truth is the antidote to this unfortunate possibility, okay? I do want to give a shout out also to Venus conjuncting the North Node in Pisces, 16th, 17th, 18th of February. This can be a time when people come in to help us and to support us, maybe unexpectedly so, but in a way that is very soothing and selfless. Mercury will conjunct the North Node, 12th, 13th, 14th of February. This is fantastic for kind of like mental inspiration and sort of like creative ideas that use words. And the Sun will conjunct the North Node, 26th, 27th, 28th of February. If you can do good, if you can be selfless, if you can be charitable, this is a really, really, really good time to do it because you are sowing some really good seeds, karma wise. And before we go into the update for each of the 12 zodiac signs, by the way, there are timestamps always. There are timestamps in the description box. You just have to click on read more, and in the pinned comment, you just have to click on read more so that you can see the list. Because I see sometimes people putting the timestamps in the comments, and I'm like, there's no need. They are already in the description. But hey, also thank you for putting them in the comments in case some people don't see them. Before we go into the updates for each of the 12 zodiac signs, remember to listen, please, to the update for your rising sign, because these general horoscopes are built with the rising sign in mind. If you don't know your rising sign, if you don't know your ascendant, listen to the update for your sun sign. But I recommend finding out your rising sign, and you're going to need your time of birth for that. Also, if these horoscopes that I do on a monthly basis, if they're useful and if you like to take notes, if you like to know, hey, what's going on the 1st of February, what's going on the 10th of February, Venus goes into Pisces, then Saturn goes into Aries, 13th, 14th of February, I have teamed up with a website which is called Astro in Calendar. Astro in Calendar. You can also see the website in the description box of my video and in the pinned comment. Essentially, what this website does is you create an account. It's a subscription-based model, and initially there's a free trial, by the way, so you can test it out. And based off of your rising sign, so you need to know your rising sign, it will populate your own calendar. So your Gmail calendar, your Outlook calendar, whatever calendar you use, it will populate your own calendar with the most important dates, the ones that I walk you through in the video, the most important dates for your rising sign. So 1st of February, full moon in Leo, 4th of February, Uranus direct, etc. So it will populate the calendar with the dates of the most important astrological events. They will show up as events in your calendar, and when you click on the event, at the top of your calendar, it's going to give you the description, the written description of what I talk through for your rising sign in this video. So I think it's a super useful, super handy tool. If you don't want to like take notes, re-listen to the video, it's all populated in your calendar, one click away from you, and it's very kind of like easy to see and to access, and you use it. I mean, you could use it. I hope so. I hope that's how people use astrology, to plan your month ahead, to maybe be aware on certain dates. Let's say 27th of February, Mars squares Uranus. Take it slow. Don't rush when you're driving. Don't let the cat spill water on your laptop. So you can kind of like plan your month based off of these important events, specifically for your rising sign. So test it out. See if you like it. And now let us go into the update for each of the 12 zodiac signs. My dear Aries, Aries suns and Aries risings. February of 2026. What a month. What a month, Aries. I feel like saying, brace yourselves, because this month is going to be a ride. And I will say this. I feel like February of 2026 is actually going to set the tone, Aries, for the next 2 years for you. I know that is a very big statement to make. I'm going to stand by it. So let's kick it all off in chronological order. 1st of February, we have a full moon in Leo. The month kicks off with a full moon, activating your 5th house and your 11th house at the same time. So this full moon brings with it a culmination, a peak when it comes to matters connected with children, when it comes to romantic matters, but also you're probably going to keep an eye on your goals for the future, on your plans for the future at the same time. Some of you may actually achieve an important goal. Some of you might achieve a significant goal when it comes to, like I said, it could be a children-related matter. So some of you could potentially, if that is something that you're trying for, some of you could experience pregnancy, or maybe you've got a partner that is pregnant, or if you already have kids, then maybe your children, or one of them at least, is accomplishing a big objective. You might have some mixed feelings around it. Maybe on the one hand, you want to celebrate. On the other hand, you potentially feel a little bit sad. I don't know, maybe they are in the process of graduating and you're thinking, oh my God, I'm going to become an empty nester. That's going to be hard. What does the future look like? So there can be a little bit of a bittersweet feeling to this culminating point. This full moon can also bring a culminating point on the romantic front. So maybe you are making a relationship official. Maybe you are sitting down with your romantic partner and deciding whether you've got a future or not. I know that sounds like a big decision, and let me tell you, it is. It absolutely is, because whatever it is that you communicate about, whatever it is that you agree on, is probably going to be an important element of your future as a couple moving forward. And this would also be the time when you're attending maybe something like a party or a group type of event with your significant other, with your romantic interest, and it feels increasingly official as you do this. Maybe you're presenting your partner to your circle of friends. This full moon can also bring with it closure. It could bring with it the completion of a creative project, maybe a creative project that involved multiple people. You could be saying goodbye as a result of the completion of this project. You could be saying goodbye to some team members. Maybe it's time to part ways. Maybe it's time to go your separate ways. Maybe you worked on something and now you are ready to embark upon a new adventure. So there's this kind of bittersweet feeling to this full moon. 4th of February, Uranus goes direct in Taurus in your second house of income, all the way into, let's see. I believe all the way into spring. But let me double check before I give you information. Yes, so Uranus is going to be direct all the way until, actually all the way until the autumn, until September of 2026. You've got a few more months to go, Aries, of sort of figuring out what's important to you, what is worth your money, what is worth your time, what is worth your resources, what is worth your energy. And you have had a little bit of a wild ride in the past maybe 7 years from a financial perspective. That wild ride, that chaotic ride, that up and down ride is coming to an end. But not immediately. It is coming to an end in April, end of April. So you still probably need to figure things out. And I do believe it's actually a good time to take stock also from the 4th of February until the end of April, to take stock of how much your values have evolved, how much they have progressed, how much your value system has gone through a revolution in the past 7 years. Because whatever was important to you 7 years ago might not be important to you now. 5th of February, Mercury squares Uranus. I believe you might have a little bit of a disagreement with a friend or with a group of people, actually. This disagreement seems to stem from the different values that you've got. I mean, it could also all be a major misunderstanding. Now, speaking of misunderstandings, 5th of February is probably the day for misunderstandings. I mean, not just the 5th of February. I'll tell you why in a sec, because Mercury is going retrograde later in February. But essentially, it feels like a message is not landing in the way that it's supposed to, maybe from your side, maybe from your friend's side, maybe from a community kind of like trying to share something with you and it just doesn't land well. But there could also be, as I said, a little bit of like tension and friction due to differences in, I repeat, value systems between you and other people. 5th of February could also bring an unexpected change of plans with a friend, an unexpected change of plans at work, an unexpected expense, so all of the above. Then Mercury, 6th of February, goes into Pisces in your 12th house. Mercury is going to be in Pisces, oh gosh, for a long time. I did say that Mercury is also going to go retrograde in Pisces later this month. So Mercury is going to be in this part of your chart until April, until the 14th of April. Now, this complicates things a little bit because Mercury does not like to be in Pisces, and it also might act a tiny little bit against you, or it has the potential to act a little bit against you in this part of your chart, since the 12th house can also be the house of hidden enemies, and sometimes our worst hidden enemies are our own thoughts, because guess what? Mercury rules reason, the intellect, communication, ideas, and so on. So things might get a tiny bit complicated on the work front, on the communication front, especially when it comes to communication with clients, colleagues, anyone that you interact with on a day-to-day basis at work. Things can go a little bit fuzzy, a little bit confusing, also when it comes to health-related matters. So if you're trying to get a diagnosis, or if you're trying to figure something out, if you're thinking, oh my gosh, I'm looking to, see what's going on with this tooth situation. That's just an example. That's a random example. So please take the advice of the doctor, whatever comes up. By the way, massive disclaimer, This is not medical advice in any shape or form. Take it as entertainment only. So let's say you're trying to get some sort of clear information regarding your health. I would take things with a little bit of a pinch of salt, and I would prepare maybe for the information to not be fully accurate or correct pretty much from the 6th of February until the middle of April. And especially when Mercury is retrograde, that's going to be from the 26th of February until the 20th of March. Now, 26th of February until the 20th of March is prime time for things to go south in terms of communication with colleagues, clients, medical personnel, health practitioners, anyone also who is meant to offer you a service. So let's say you want to take your car to the mechanic or whatever, to whatever the place where you get your car repaired is called. There is a possibility that they might share the wrong information with you during Mercury retrograde, 26th of February until the 20th of March. They might fix the wrong thing. Maybe they find something else that is broken when you take the car to the repair shop. Massive recommendation would be, don't necessarily take major decisions connected with work, cars, transportation. Part of me feels like saying health as well. I would not necessarily take major decisions between the 26th of February until the 20th of March, unless it's an emergency. If it's an emergency, then it's an emergency and you have to get it done straight away. So please take the advice of the doctor if it's like a medical emergency and whatnot. But there is a possibility, like I said, of you not getting the correct, the most accurate, factual data and stats throughout that period. And again, miscommunication is probably going to be an issue. There might be things coming back from the past, 26th of February until the 20th of March, that need to be addressed from a health matter standpoint, from a health standpoint, from a wellness standpoint, from a work standpoint. Maybe you started a job at some point, but you haven't yet figured out all the ins and outs from a paperwork perspective. So Mercury retrograde can also help us go back in time. It can help us deal with issues that have not been dealt with properly in the past. So you can use Mercury retrograde in your favor. You can also use Mercury retrograde in your favor by reaching out to old clients work-wise, by reaching out to people from the past that you have collaborated with work-wise. But I repeat, my recommendation would be to be super cautious when it comes to signing papers, when it comes to agreeing to anything during the retrograde, because you might change your mind after the retrograde is over, or new information could come to the surface after the retrograde is over. It could also feel like, if you're working for yourselves, Aries, that the Mercury retrograde period, 26th of February until the 20th of March, is a little bit slow. Maybe you need to take it easy. Maybe you need to take a little bit of time off. Maybe you need to look after your health. Maybe you need to, as I said, handle some matters that you have postponed and now they are coming back to your attention. So that's the Mercury retrograde. We jumped right into it. One of the most important astrological events of the month of February of 2026, because the Mercury retrograde also rules your third house of cars. I repeat, if you can avoid buying cars, bikes, etc., I would. But hey, you're a free individual, Aries. You can do whatever you want. So let's go back in time. 8th of February, Venus squares Uranus. So this is where I'm looking at Venus and I'm thinking, you are probably looking forward to something. Something that you had planned with a loved one, something that you had planned maybe with your partner, maybe something that you had planned with a friend or with a group of friends, and all of a sudden the plans go out the window. All of a sudden your friend calls and says, no, I can't make it. I don't have the money. I have to pay for something else. I have to fix my car or whatever it is. So I feel like a plan is being disrupted. A relationship is also experiencing a disruption. There's a shift in terms of the dynamic, in terms of how it's going to function moving forward. I think this is this is kind of catching you a little bit off guard. I will just say this. You probably did not see this coming. Is it a good day for dating? 8th of February? No. No. I'm just going to say it. Maybe also the day before, the 7th. Not a great day for dates. Not a great day to make plans with friends. And I know it's actually a weekend. So if you are making plans, be mindful, Aries, that they can change. 10th of February, Venus goes into Pisces in your 12th house. And Venus is going to stay there all the way until, let's see, the 6th of March. Now, this is a superb time for a few things. Resting, sleeping, meditating, taking care of your mental health, recovering after maybe, I don't know, some challenging times from a health perspective, maybe from a mental health perspective as well. It is a very sort of sweet time to take it slow, take it easy. You're going to have plenty of work ahead of you, Aries. So do take advantage of the Venus in Pisces transit to maybe get away for the weekend or just take a few days off. Now, Venus transiting the 12th house, however, can also bring with it a surrender, a release, a process of letting go of something or someone. It could be letting go of a connection, of a partnership, of a collaboration. It could be a financial partnership. You might also let go of some money. Now, you can do that willingly by doing some charity, by helping someone without any strings attached. There's also a possibility that karma might come in and say, hey, we need this money from you. So I always recommend going with the cosmic kind of like energies, not against them. So if you can maybe give some money or donate something, it doesn't have to be money. It can just be something that is valuable to you. Give it willingly. I think that's going to be fantastic. 14th of February, 13th, 14th, depending on where you are in the world. Boom. It is a big boom kind of moment. Saturn comes into your first house. We've talked about Saturn coming into Aries for quite some time. I touched on it last year in 2025. I addressed it in the All Signs webinar, All Signs Horoscope for 2026 webinar, which, by the way, you can also purchase as a recording on my website. Anastasia from Anastasia Does Astrology, and I ran a proper 5-hour marathon covering all the 12 signs and the most important transits for 2026. Have a think about, my dear Aries, what was going on career-wise, health-wise, physically, life direction-wise for you 2025, last week of May until the 1st of September, because Saturn's coming back into the same part of your chart. It's here to stay until 2028, and it's saying new long-term commitments. You are here to make new long-term commitments. Professionally, this can be the beginning of a new foundation for you from a professional standpoint. Maybe you're starting a new career. Maybe you're stepping into a new industry altogether. Saturn's also saying you got to commit to taking things very, very seriously from a health standpoint. If you've been neglecting your health, if you have been running on empty, if you have been burning yourselves out, and sometimes I have noticed, especially Aries risings do that, then Saturn comes in and it's going to restrict you. And it's going to say, nah, you cannot scatter your energy anymore. You have to be very focused, very disciplined, almost religious about taking care of your body, taking care of your health. So Saturn generally brings a tangible test, and this time the test can have something to do with your physical body, but it could also have something to do with a new role that you're stepping into from a professional perspective. Maybe it's a role with a lot of responsibility. Maybe you're becoming a manager, a leader. You can't just go about doing things completely on your own. You have to be in charge of other people, and it puts pressure on you, and it might also feel like it's slowing you down. Now, Saturn also comes together 20th of February, but you're probably going to feel it pretty much from the 14th of February until the end of the month. Saturn comes together with Neptune. So this is a very interesting conjunction, because on the one hand, you're like, hey, I got to commit to this thing. I got to work on it for the next 2 years. It's going to be hard, but it can also be rewarding if I stick to it, if I'm disciplined. Neptune comes in and brings the fog. Neptune brings the confusion. Neptune is coming in and it's saying, but I don't have all the details, but I don't have all the kind of like ins and outs from a practical perspective. This is hard. This is confusing. I'm navigating in the fog. Neptune might also come in and say, in order to achieve a big goal, a long-term goal that Saturn has brought to your attention, you got to give up on something. You got to give up on your existing sense of self. You got to give up on your existing life path. You got to give up on something. You got to make some sort of a sacrifice. And it feels like something is being taken away from you, I will say. And when we hear the word sacrifice, I mean, obviously it involves an element of pain. I will just say it. It might feel like something is being taken away from us, and it's not easy. And if you ask me, the best thing to do is embrace it and say, okay, this is it. It's part of the journey. I can handle it. I'm going to go back in time once again. 16th of February, the sun will square Uranus. Once more, I feel like the first half of the month, my dear Aries, is kind of altering your plans for the future quite unexpectedly. And some of these plans for the future are being altered because of developments on the financial front. So maybe you have to make new plans because you have unexpected expenses. Also the first half of the month, and again, it's also very active on the 16th of February, give or take a day before, a day after, it looks like people are walking out of your life. I'm just going to say it. 16th of February, also day before and day after, you're going to feel the energy. Mercury is trining Jupiter. I believe a conversation with a family member, with someone that feels like home, that makes you feel like home, that reminds you of home, is giving you, the conversation with them is giving you reassurance, and it feels very soothing, it feels very healing, and it gives you a sense of trust and faith in the future. Also, something might be coming together from a practical perspective at home, and maybe this time it feels like it's happening without you having to put a lot of tangible effort into it. It's like the pieces of the puzzle are falling together really nicely. 17th of February, solar eclipse. Boom. Again, boom. In your 11th house. Massive new beginning. This is the first solar eclipse on the Aquarius Leo axis of the series of eclipses that will take place between February 26th all the way until January 2028. This solar eclipse might bring in new people in your life, new communities, new organizations, new friendships. There could be major developments happening in the lives of your friends and the lives of the communities that you're already a part of. I feel like this solar eclipse is also opening up the path for you from a career standpoint. It's saying, this is the way forward. This is what your future is going to look like. This is what you need to commit to. And these are the people who you're going to have around. And these are the people that you're not going to have around anymore. Saturn, the ruler of the eclipse, is conjunct Neptune, and it is sextiling Pluto. To say that this is a transformative eclipse in terms of your goals for the future would be an understatement. Eclipses can feel generally fated, so it might feel like the universe has plans for you. I feel like you have to be very brave, Aries, around this time. But at the same time, you also have to act from a place of caution and act from a place of knowing that whatever it is that's opening up ahead of you, goals-wise, is going to take years. Years. At least a year. Maybe 2. 18th of February, the sun goes into Pisces in your 12th house, so it illuminates once again your kind of sector that has to do with retreat, sleep, letting go of things, mental health. And 22nd of February, this is probably one of my favorite days of the month, Venus trines Jupiter. This is a great time to stay in, to stay at home, to host people in your home, to maybe go to your family, spend time with your family. If you have a romantic partner, stay in with your partner. I don't know, go down memory lane, maybe invite their parents as well. So it's a lovely, lovely energy, but in private and within the space of the home. We mentioned Mercury retrograde, 26th of February is when it kicks off. 27th of February, active day before, day after, probably one of the most challenging days of the month. Mars squares Uranus. Unexpected fight, unexpected argument, unexpected conflict with a friend, with maybe someone that you feel has betrayed you. Unexpected maybe expense or thing that you have to pay for on behalf of someone else. Maybe you have to cover someone else's expense. Maybe all of a sudden, when it comes to your credit card, the interest rates go up. or you receive an unexpected, I repeat, fine. I would be very cautious because Mars is your chart ruler. I would be very, very cautious when it comes to incidents and sort of like physical accidents. Don't push it. Don't try to like prove your physical prowess around this time. Mars Uranus is like I said, a very kind of like accident prone energy. And especially if you're going to a group type of event, or if you're catching up with more than just a few people, this can increase the likelihood of physical incidents. Mercury conjuncts Venus in Pisces, 20th of February. Mercury is retrograde. You might hear back from a friend, from a loved one. You might hear back from maybe someone who you haven't spoken to in a long time. There is a possibility that a relationship that maybe has suffered in the past is now going through a process of healing. Maybe you feel like reaching out to a friend and sort of like repairing the link, the bond between the two of you. My dear Taurus, Taurus suns and Taurus risings. February of 2026 Taurus. What does it have in store for you? Well, I will say this. The month starts off really, really strong with a full moon in Leo in your 4th house of home, family, and living situation, Taurians. Something is coming together. Something is coming to fruition in this part of your life. So some of you might be moving into a new home. Some of you might be saying goodbye to a home and preparing for the next chapter, home-wise. Some of you could be achieving a big goal from a family perspective. So maybe the family is growing. Maybe you are finalizing that, I don't know, extension that you've been building for a while. Things could also be coming together for your parents, or maybe for one of your parents. Maybe a big goal, a big plan is finally ticked off in terms of whatever was on their to-do list. I believe that whatever's going on at home is somehow freeing you up. It is freeing you up to focus on greater goals, greater plans. And it feels like a big achievement. I'm just going to say it. You probably feel relieved to see this happening. Finally, because I repeat, maybe it's taken a long, long time. There is a possibility that some of you could be moving someplace else also because of your work, maybe because you've been offered a job someplace else, maybe because your career is going in new, exciting directions, and that is also going to affect your private life. 4th of February, Uranus goes direct in your 1st house, so you've got a little bit more of Uranus and Taurus, my dear Taurians, to deal with until the end of April. You've been going through a major transformation over the past 7 years, Taurians, especially Taurus risings. You have been shocking the world. You've been shocking yourselves. You have been reinventing yourselves. You have been experiencing dramatic shifts in terms of life direction, and this is finally coming to a close in April. But the interesting thing is that a transit tends to become stronger towards the end of it. So you're probably building up to the last leg of your reinvention process, from the 4th of February until the end of April, until the last week of April. And let me put it this way, if you've been sitting on something over the past few months, if you've been thinking, should I do it? Should I not do it? Is this too big a change? Is it going to disrupt my life? Is it going to cause too much chaos? If you've been kind of sitting on it and not going for it, Uranus going direct is saying, time to go for it. Time to power forward, even though not everyone is going to be supportive, even though not everyone is going to get it, not everyone is going to see where you're coming from. You going for it might also involve you saying goodbye to some important fixtures of your life. Important partnerships, important collaborations, important business partnerships, maybe even a job. And you might be dealing with these types of situations and potentially having to make decisions, Taurians, especially around the 5th of February, give or take a day before, a day after, so right after Uranus goes direct, around the 8th of February, and this time it's about your, this could all be very much about your career and status in the world and professional direction, but also your reputation. So 5th of February, 8th of February, day before, day after, 16th of February, day before, day after, maybe also 17th of February. I'm going to say week before, week after, which essentially kind of covers a lot of the first half of February, Taurians. It is time to break free from what is no longer aligned with the person that you've become. And you might have had that realization for some time, but now you're finally, I repeat, hopefully going for it, even though not everyone is going to be on board, but that's okay. People will disagree. People will not understand. People will not see things the way that you see things. 5th of February, Mercury squaring Uranus could bring a disagreement with a boss, with a client, maybe also a public disagreement with, let's see, with a child or with a romantic partner. There's also a possibility that someone in the workplace might have an unexpected requirement or they might send like an email out of the blue and you might say, nah, I'm not going to deal with this because I've got other things to do. So I repeat, I feel like you're going against the grain. I feel like you're disappointing quite a few people this month, but you seem to be okay with it. And that's, in my view, what matters the most. You're being true to yourselves. Mercury goes into Pisces 6th of February, and it's actually going to stay in Pisces until April. So a lot going on in your friendship sector, plans for the future sector, communities, groups, organizations, sector, etc. Mercury is actually going to go retrograde in this part of the sky. So for you, it's going to happen in your 11th house from the 26th of February until the 20th of March. Now, this could be a good time to reconnect with friends from the past, to get back in touch with people from the past, to maybe send that email to that friend that you haven't contacted. Email, message, whatever you want. Send that note to the friend that you haven't contacted in a very, very long time. This could also be a very good time, the Mercury retrograde, to reevaluate your plans for the future and to sit down and to go through your existing goals with a fine-tooth comb and say, is this still relevant? Is this still something that I want to do? Is this still something that excites me? I would not necessarily commit to new goals and new plans throughout this period, just because you might change your mind after the retrograde is over or after the post-retrograde shadow period is over, which is going to happen in, let me double check, second week of April, okay? So, yeah. I think it's all great. It's all good and fine to talk a big game and to sort of like daydream and have this like lofty vision about the future, but maybe don't sign anything connected with it until the retrograde is over. Now, there can be some challenges, some misunderstandings, especially when it comes to communication during the retrograde period, especially with friends, and in particular when it comes to maybe fun parties, any sort of like fun plans that you had made. But there could also be challenges and misunderstandings around financial matters. So let's say you borrowed some money from a friend and you told them, I'm going to pay you back at this point in time. And during the retrograde, they send you a note and they're saying, hey, you haven't paid me back. And you're replying, I told you I was going to pay you back at XYZ point. So yeah, money can be a little bit sticky during the retrograde period. There could also be a feeling of things sort of like slowing down from a financial perspective during the retrograde period. Taurians, it's not going to be like this forever, but I would recommend being a little bit more cautious, more reserved with how you spend your hard-earned cash throughout this period. And if you do buy anything big, anything significant, maybe just keep the receipt because you might want to return it after the retrograde is over, okay? So we've talked about the retrograde. 8th of February, Venus squares Uranus. I foresee a professional breakup. Now, what do I mean by that? Maybe you no longer want to work with a client and you're saying, I no longer feel like we are aligned from a values perspective, from a values standpoint. They are not having it. They are frustrated, but maybe the decision has already been made. There is a possibility that maybe your boss is also telling you, hey, I'm going to put you on another team and you're also not having it. You're not really happy about it. So I feel like there's some tension, there's some friction within an important relationship from a professional standpoint. Venus goes into Pisces 10th of February until, let's see. Give me a second, folks. You're going to like this transit. I'm giving you a bit of a heads up. I mean, it's a superb transit. It's a beautiful, it's like one of the most beautiful transits you can ask for because Venus is your chart ruler, Taurus risings. So Venus is going to be in Pisces until the 6th of March. Can I just say, enjoy? What, you might ask? Well, the following. I'm going to make you a list. Any social activities that you can say yes to. Go out, catch up with friends, catch up with your people, say yes to all the invites, go out into the world. You're going to be liked, you're going to be admired, you're going to be appreciated, you're going to feel lovely, you're going to make friends. Old friends are coming back into your life after Mercury goes retrograde, 26th of February onwards. There's this sort of like really enjoyable energy when it comes to the community aspect of your life. So enjoy all things connected with your community. Venus is also the ruler of your 6th house of day-to-day work. Now, I told you that you want to revolutionize your lives. Taurians, if you want to find a new job, if you're looking for work, or if you want to go back to working for someone that you've worked for in the past, or let's say you hear back from, I don't know, an old colleague from an old workplace, Venus in Pisces is super supportive of you getting another job, a job that you enjoy, a job that is aligned with your values, a job where you feel appreciated. If you're thinking, hey, should I contact this person from LinkedIn that I know because they work for this company that I want to work for? Do it. Do it. Because Venus in Pisces can also bring benefits from a professional perspective. And it can also bring benefits from a health perspective, just as an FYI. You might be feeling really good about yourselves, about your body, about your health, about your wellness, and you're ready to commit to things that make you feel good, that make you feel healthy. Now, 14th of February, 13th, 14th, depending on where you are in the world, Saturn goes into Aries. Dun, 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 dun. Big astrological event. My dear Taurians, one of the biggest of 2026. And immediately, it's going to conjunct Neptune. So pretty much second half of February, you're going to feel the conjunction. Now, Saturn is the ruler of your 9th house and of your 10th house. What does that mean? Well, it's telling me that basically second half of the month, you're probably giving up on something. You're sacrificing something. You're letting go of something career-wise. Maybe you are letting go of a role, of a job, of a position. Maybe you're letting go of the industry that you've built a successful career within. Now, are you unhappy about it? I don't think you're unhappy. I think you're actually ready for something else, something new, something big, aligned with your process of reinvention, because you're going to have a new moon solar eclipse. So a huge new beginning, a major new beginning on the 17th of February. And the eclipse is going to be active week before, week after in your house of career, public status, and public reputation. So as you're saying goodbye to one thing, a major new beginning is unfolding at the same time. So one door closes, one door opens. Are you likely to be scared? Why? Because this process of releasing something whilst stepping into a new direction, an exciting direction, an original, unconventional, outside of the box direction. This process requires not just stepping into the unknown, it requires risk taking, it requires courage, it requires navigating a lot of elements that you are not an expert in. You are maybe a total and complete rookie. So maybe you just have to start from scratch. Maybe you're launching your own business. Maybe, I repeat, you are entering a completely new industry. I believe you're going to keep your fears to yourselves, but in secret, you are probably going to feel like this is a huge risk. I keep on saying it. Is it the right way forward? I mean, to me, it looks like it absolutely is, because at the time of the eclipse, Saturn and Neptune together are sextiling Pluto in your house of career, planet of rebirth, of death and rebirth. But there's just so much that you don't know yet. And there's also going to be a lot that you're going to be working on from a professional perspective, my dear Taurians, behind the scenes. So a lot of the work that's going to be happening over the next 2 years until Saturn gets out of Aries and comes into Taurus in 2028. A lot of the work is going to happen behind the scenes. It feels like you're going to be taking on new duties, new responsibilities, but they will not be visible to the outside world. There is also a possibility that you are entering an entirely new era where your status and reputation in the world are changing, because you are giving up on your career path as you've been sort of like known for, maybe due to now focusing on other aspects of your life, such as family building. I don't know, maybe you're having a baby, and so on. There's also a possibility that second half of the month, and especially around the time of the eclipse, 17th of February, week before, week after, there's a possibility that either your mom or an in-law, if you have in-laws, maybe they are entering a whole new chapter altogether. Maybe one of them is retiring, maybe one of them is entering a new career chapter altogether. And it feels very fresh, it feels exciting, it also feels, I repeat, risky. Now, the solar eclipse on the 17th of February is the first eclipse on the kind of Aquarius Leo axis that's going to end in 2028, beginning of 2028. Because it's a solar eclipse, it's a fresh start, it's the seed moment, it's the planting of the seed. Maybe you're not yet seeing the full-blown results until the summer, until maybe like July, August. So if you are just starting to make plans to leave behind an existing career path and focus on something new, but it's not yet out in the open, it could be that you're making the major announcement over the summer. So just keep that at the back of your mind. Now, last but not least, I do want to point out that Saturn coming together with Neptune in your 12th house, second half of February. They're saying you have to take very, very seriously your mental health, your blind spots. I am going to say any addictions that you might have, any habits, any ways in which you are sabotaging yourselves, Taurians, and restrict and surrender, restrict and surrender, restrict and let go, restrict and cut out. Is it going to feel easy? No. I will give it to you straight. It's not going to feel easy. It's probably going to feel like a long drawn process that maybe lasts for a year, maybe 2 years, maybe all the way until Saturn gets out of this part of your chart, which is going to be 2028. Do I recommend ignoring Saturn? Absolutely not. Because if you ignore Saturn, it will bring problems. It will bring tangible problems. It can bring problems with institutions, with bosses, with the law, because it also rules your 9th house. So I would not recommend ignoring Saturn. And I would also recommend taking very seriously any tasks that you know are coming your way on the career front, on the legal front, on the academic front, maybe in terms of your interaction with institutions. I would recommend taking them super, super seriously because Saturn is giving you homework there. 16th of February, Mercury trines Jupiter, probably one of the best days of the month. Great day to go out, connect with friends, maybe hold a speech, maybe make a public presentation. 18th of February, the sun goes into Pisces in your 11th house. So once again, it is illuminating your goals for the future sector, your friendship sector. 22nd of February, Venus trines Jupiter. This is my absolute favorite day of the month, and especially for you Taurians, because Venus is your chart ruler. What do I recommend doing on the 22nd of February? Maybe also a day before, a day after. Oh, definitely anything romantic. I don't know, go out on a date, take your significant other if you're already married, take them on a trip, take them on a date, take them to the concert, take them to the opera. Anything musical, anything artistic is probably going to be very enriching. Really lovely, enjoyable conversations are happening between you and other people, you and friends, you and significant others, maybe even you and colleagues and coworkers. My least favorite day of the month is the 27th of February. Mars squares Uranus. There's a high chance of unexpected conflicts coming up, conflicts with a boss, a leader, a manager, a big client, or your significant other. And it could be a conflict that pops up all of a sudden out of the blue. You might feel attacked, metaphorically speaking, out of the blue. Just putting it out there. Should you push back? Should you be super stubborn and dig your heels in and say, this is not right? I recommend choosing your battles. Is this a battle that you want to fight? Or is this a battle that is best not engaged in? And because Uranus is in your first house and Mars, I will say it, Mars can be sometimes accident prone. Mars-Uranus in combination can be quite accident prone. I would recommend taking it slow, taking it easy. From a physical perspective, you should not necessarily try to kind of like show off from a physical perspective. You don't have to climb whatever mountain in a day. You don't have to do 100 like push-ups in 5 minutes. Just take it easy. Mercury conjuncts Venus, 28th of February. This is a superb day to maybe get back together with like old friends, go out with old friends. It feels like you can sort of like have a conversation maybe that you had in the past, you can have it again, and the result is going to be somewhat kind of like improved. A conversation with a colleague, a friend, a loved one. You can go back over some issues that have maybe caused tension and friction in the past, maybe even a conversation with a child. Maybe if you have children, you can sit down with them and say, hey, I know maybe I was a little bit stern and tough and rigid, but let's sit down and find a way to get on the same page. That is Taurus. My dear Geminis, Gemini suns and Gemini risings. Lovely Geminis. What is going on in February? What a month. What a month, what a month February is. It's going to be an exciting month, I will tell you this. And I'm going to be super unorthodox about it and share some of my favorite days with you. First and foremost, I very much like the time when Mercury conjuncts the North Node in your house of career in the 10th house in Pisces, which is also the house of reputation, between the 12th until the 14th of February. The North Node can bring in gifts from a material perspective, but it can also bring in fated elements, especially elements such as people, developments, opportunities that can grow, that can thrive in the 3D reality. Actually, a lot of planets are contacting the North Node in your house of career and public reputation this month, Geminis. Mercury between the 12th until the 14th, Venus from the 16th until the 18th, and the Sun between the 26th until the 28th. These are all times when opportunities can come in career-wise. Doors can open. People might come in that can help you grow from a professional perspective. People that can have a major impact in a good way, in an auspicious way on your career path. They might show up in your life. Or let's say you sit down with, I don't know, someone that you've known for a long time, and all of a sudden they come up with an idea for how you can do better career-wise. I would write things down. I would take note of whatever makes its way to you from a professional perspective. between the 12th until the 14th of February, 16th until the 18th, and 26th until the 28th. And maybe it doesn't immediately click with you. Maybe you don't see it immediately. Maybe you don't realize, hey, this is how I can use this idea from my friend, or this is how I can use this connection that I've just made at a concert professionally. But make a mental note of them, because you might be able to tap into these energies over the next 6 months. Actually, all the way until the summer. Maybe all the way until September, beginning of September, just as an FYI, because we're going to have another eclipse on the Pisces Virgo axis, end of the summer, but it sort of like bleeds a little bit into September. So these are some of my favorite days, especially, I repeat, from a professional perspective, but also from a status perspective for you Geminis. Your reputation is getting a boost. FYI, this month. How can you use this? Upgrade your LinkedIn. Take new photos of yourselves. Upgrade your portfolio. Go out into the world. Mingle. Network. Update your social media. Other days that I really like are... Let's see. The 16th of February, when Mercury trines Jupiter. Again, I like this day from a professional perspective. Things are going really well professionally. Maybe you're agreeing on a contract that is going to pay really, really well. Maybe you're having a very productive, very auspicious conversation with a boss, with a leader, with a manager, with a business partner. There's good news from a financial perspective here. You can put up your prices and people will say, yes, you deserve to make this much money. And we are willing to give you this money because you're very good at what you do. I also very much like the 22nd of February, Venus trines Jupiter. Again, a very auspicious day from a professional perspective, also day before, day after. Same with the 16th of February. I would look at the energy of Mercury trining Jupiter the day before and the day after. But let's go back to the 22nd. Venus trines Jupiter. A major success career-wise and financially is sort of on the table for you. I also believe you are receiving a lot of appreciation and validation and approval and applause and acclaim and really kind of loving, appreciative energy in a public setup. So you could be receiving all of these energies, or this kind of energy from maybe a development in the workplace, maybe because you're doing something really well professionally. You could also be receiving this really auspicious energy in a public setup. So let's say you're going out into the world, you're attending an event, you are attending a party, and people are like, wow, you do this, you do that, oh my God, you're fantastic, etc., etc. So you're getting many pats on your back, and you seem to feel super good about yourselves, which you should, Geminis, because you've been on this journey of realizing how valuable you are as of the summer of 2025. And your self-worth and your sense of self-esteem are in this process of growing and developing. And you might receive a lot of appreciation, especially for your emotional intelligence and for your ability to relate to people, for your ability to work with other people. 16th of February and also 22nd of February, again, very good days for professional opportunities, success career-wise, great days for interviews, great days to maybe schedule something important from a career standpoint, but also from a public status and public reputation standpoint. So if you need to make a big announcement, a big launch, I like the 22nd of February the most, but also the 16th of February, I like it a lot. And now I'm going to go back in time. I did say that I was going to be super unorthodox about this. And go in chronological order. So, Geminis, 1st of February, full moon in Leo, activating your 3rd house, 9th house axis. You might be traveling around this time. You might be booking I don't know, like plane tickets. You might be on the road. You might also be making an important sale or an important purchase. There is a possibility you might be completing something from an educational perspective, something that's going to help you from a career standpoint. Maybe you are sharing with the world the fact that you have passed, I don't know, an important exam. It is a time when you could be passing exams. It is also a time when you could be, I don't know, upgrading your LinkedIn with the most kind of recent qualifications that you have achieved. You're doing very well. Educationally, you're doing very well from a travel perspective, because I feel like things are coming together. You could also be having an important conversation with maybe a boss or an in-law or a parent. And I believe that even though you are not immediately sort of aligned in terms of opinions and views and beliefs, you're going to find a way to become more aligned. You're going to find some sort of a middle path. 4th of February, Uranus goes direct in your 12th house. I mean, Uranus is going to be in Taurus in your 12th house until the end of April. There's been a lot of changes happening behind the scenes for you, Geminis, in the past 7 years. And you're going through the last leg of this process until the last week of April. 5th of February, Mercury squares Uranus. Not my favorite day for travel, because there could be, I don't know, delays, cancellations. Something might pop up at the very, very last minute, especially when it comes to international travel. I repeat, like plane-related stuff. It could literally just be a delay. But I believe you have to be flexible with maybe kind of changing your schedule. There's also a possibility that something might come up out of the blue, connected with a legal matter. I don't feel like it's a very difficult thing to solve, but it could just be something that you are not aware of. 6th of February, Mercury goes into Pisces in your house of career. I repeat, you're going to be super focused career-wise, and you're going to be focused very much on your public image and public status the whole month of February, but especially from the 6th of February onwards. Mercury will go retrograde in this part of your chart from the 26th of February until the 20th of March. My recommendation would be throughout this period, if you can, to maybe not necessarily sign any sort of like new contracts, new deals professionally, maybe to postpone it until the retrograde is over. But if you do have to sign anything, if you do have to agree on anything, remember that things might change after the retrograde is over, or when the post-retrograde shadow period is over, which is going to be in April. So let's say you are accepting a new job during the retrograde, or you are accepting a new role, a new position. The to-do list for that role is probably going to look very different once the retrograde period is over. There's also a possibility you might agree with someone on something professionally, and then once the retrograde is over, they might change their mind. They might say, oh no, actually, we don't want to pay that much, or something else has come up, or we have other priorities. Communication can be a little bit fuzzy. Mercury retrograde and Pisces pretty much throughout the whole period of this retrograde. So do make sure that if you are communicating anything, do make sure that your audience has taken away the correct message. Do make sure that they've taken away exactly what it is that you want them to take away out of the whole speech or out of the whole presentation. And if it feels like someone has kind of misunderstood what you said, do not hesitate to clarify. Do not hesitate to sit down. Do not hesitate to walk them through it once again. It might feel like a hassle. It might feel like a bit of a pain in the back. But it's probably going to save you many headaches moving forward. That's what I'm seeing. And communication with a parent, with either parent actually, could be a little bit challenging throughout the retrograde period. They might forget things. You might forget things. I think it's important to be tolerant with them, and they're going to be accepting of you maybe forgetting stuff as well, Geminis. You could just also be a tiny little bit on the forgetful side. Can I just say that? Eighth of February, Venus squares Uranus. You seem to be disagreeing with someone on a spiritual matter, belief-related matter, maybe on a matter connected with education. Is it worth an argument? I don't necessarily think so, but alas, to each their own. 10th of February, Venus goes into Pisces in your house of career until the first week of March, and you are going to love this transit. It is giving a boost to your career, to your reputation, to your public image. So if we leave career aside for a moment, to your public image, you are super appreciated in the world. I repeat, throughout the duration of this transit, people are very inclined to like you. They might even glamorize who you are and what you do. They might also glamorize your romantic relationship, and they might also be very appreciative in the public sphere of how you maybe educate your children, of your decisions regarding children, and so on. So you might feel like you're very much in the spotlight for matters connected with your romantic life, but also for matters connected with your children. Is this a great time to reach out to clients, to schedule interviews? But do keep in mind the Mercury retrograde, which is also happening in this part of your chart. Yes, for the most part, it is. And Venus offers protection. Venus makes people more accommodating. So anyone in a position of power over you, such as a boss, a manager, a leader, or maybe even an important client, is going to be inclined to be gentle and kind and accommodating with whatever requests you've put in front of them. Oh gosh, Saturn is making moves, my dear Geminis. 13th, 14th of February, depending on where you are based in the world, Saturn goes into Aries in your 11th house, pretty much for the second half of February, even though it's exact on the 20th of February. Saturn will conjunct Neptune. So big shifts, big changes. New commitments in terms of goals for the future, plans and goals for the future. Have a think about what was going on when it comes to your goals for the future. 2025, last week of May until the beginning of September, because Saturn has already transited this part of your chart for a tiny little bit in 2025, and it gave you a preview of what to expect. It feels like you have to take very, very seriously your plans for the future and your goals for the future, especially when it comes to travel, education, legal matters, your duties and responsibilities as a leader, a boss, a manager, or as an organizer, maybe for a community of people. You might need to take very, very seriously also your financial duties and responsibilities towards someone else. There is a possibility that you might set some joint goals together with someone else from a financial perspective. So let's say together with your partner, you've decided, hey, we're going to buy a bigger house. But what does that mean? It means that everyone needs to save more and everyone needs to sort of do their part in terms of the accomplishment of the goal. Saturn coming together with Neptune might throw in second half of February a lot of unknowns, a lot of confusion, and a feeling of having to let go of some things, a feeling of having to maybe sacrifice some old plans for the future, some old goals for the future, so that you can focus on whatever it is that you want to build in your life for the long term. Geminis. Something's going to have to give. Saturn likes to concentrate energies. It does not like to scatter energies. It does not like to cover all bases. It likes to narrow things down. And by narrowing things down, I'm also talking of eliminating the inessential. And there is a possibility that some of you might make some decisions and commit to some long-term approaches second half of February when it comes to your friendship sector, Geminis, but also when it comes to your involvement with certain groups, communities, and organizations. Now, friendships might actually go through a period of like 2 years until 2028 of reevaluation. And at the end of this period, maybe not all of your current friends are going to be part of your circle anymore. I repeat, new duties and responsibilities might come up for you within a community of people. Are you going to feel prepared for them? Are you going to feel like you've got what it takes to tackle them? Initially, probably not. I'm just going to give it to you straight, Geminis. Probably not. You might think, what am I doing? I have no clue. I've never done this before. Are you going to be able to wing it? I feel like you might make some mistakes to start with, but you have to remember that Aries is actually a sign that sextiles you. I believe you're going to be able to, even when you're winging it, sort of talk your way out of challenging spots. 16th of February, I did mention that this is a day that I really like. Mercury trines Jupiter. And then 17th of February, we have a solar eclipse in your 9th house. Da-da-da-da-dun. Big new beginning when it comes to your education, your academic path. The solar eclipse can bring in new people that are going to change your worldview, change your perspective upon life, change your belief system dramatically. Now, when I say new people, it could be new friends, it could be new mentors, it could be teachers, guides, people that you look up to. It could also be people from a completely different culture. The eclipse is kind of opening up a 2-year-long chapter for you, Geminis, activating your 9th house and your 3rd house as well. The 9th house is the house of foreign lands and foreign countries. So maybe something's coming up in your life that will involve interaction with foreign lands, foreign countries, different cultures, a lot more. Eclipses generally feel fated, so maybe you did not actively look for this, but alas, here it is, knocking at your door. 18th of February, the sun goes into Pisces once again, illuminating your career sector and also your public status, public reputation, and public life sector. 22nd of February, lovely day. 26th of February, Mercury retrograde begins. And 27th of February, I don't like this. I don't like it. I'm just going to put it out there. It's active day before, day after. Mars squares Uranus. Something could irritate you dramatically when it comes to travel, when it comes to your interaction with a friend, potentially, when it comes to your interaction with someone in a legal setup, when it comes to your interaction with a person from a different culture. Maybe you feel pulled into a conflict, into an argument over different sort of like beliefs, political beliefs, spiritual beliefs maybe. There is a possibility of unexpected conflicts at work and the workspace due to different beliefs and different kind of like approaches, different philosophies when it comes to work. There might be a sudden development in the workspace that sort of like interferes with your travel plans, but maybe also with your kind of plans on the educational front. So I would be prepared for things to go a tiny little bit south when it comes to work, travel, and I would recommend choosing your battles very wisely when it comes to who you challenge from a belief system perspective. Because it could escalate, even though you did not want it to escalate. And 28th of February, Mercury conjuncts Venus, Mercury retrograde in your 10th house. Great time to reach out to people from the past professionally, old clients, old colleagues. Maybe a great time to talk in public about a private matter, maybe something that you've kept maybe to yourselves for a long time. I feel like you can also do a little bit of a recap in public about some prior achievements professionally. And is it a good time to maybe go back over some old projects career-wise? Yes, I would absolutely say so, because it feels like you can give them a new lease of life. It feels like you can sort of like do things better. You can improve things. Is it also a good time to pick up where you left off, a conversation with someone that is somehow kind of like important for your life direction? I would also say yes, because they seem to be very open to hearing what you've got to say. My fellow Cancerians, Cancer suns and Cancer risings, February of 2026. What is going on in the sky, Cancerians? So much, dare I say it. So much is going on. Let me start off with the 1st of February. Let me just start off in chronological order this time. We have on the 1st of February a full moon in Leo, active 3 days before, 3 days after, putting the spotlight on your financial sector. You might be getting paid. You might be focusing on money, finances, expenses. You could be looking at your financial sector in general, sort of paying off your debts, any taxes, things like that. You could also be making a big decision from a financial perspective. Maybe you are deciding to pay for something such as I don't know, like a master's degree. Maybe you're signing up for an MBA and you're looking at the financial implications of it. You could also be paying something off from a legal standpoint, maybe something that has to do with visas, residencies, I don't know, like foreign passports and things like that. I also believe you could be supporting someone financially. maybe you are paying them, you're paying something for them, you're paying something on their behalf. I believe you feel like this is the right thing to do, and I also believe that you've got the resources to do it. So hey, what can I say? If you want to go ahead with it, go ahead with it. 4th of February, Uranus goes direct in your 11th house of goals and plans for the future, and also your friendship sector. You've been experiencing a lot of changes on these fronts over the past 7 years, Cancerians, and the changes are coming to an end in April, but more changes to come over the next few months, and Uranus going direct is going to contribute to this. Uranus is actually making quite a few aspects this month, which we're going to get into. 5th of February, Mercury squares Uranus. Dun, 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 dun. Active also day before, day after. There is a possibility you might need to change some of the plans that you've made, connected with your investments, maybe connected with your partner's resources. So maybe you have a partner and together you agreed you would purchase something, and now their situation has evolved, so you've got to revisit your plans, your sort of like joint goals. There might be an unexpected expense that you need to handle around the 5th of February, but maybe also around the 8th of February and around the 16th of February. So these are all times when you could be dealing with, yeah, just stuff that you got to pay out of the blue. Maybe it's a fine, maybe it's something that you forgot to pay, maybe it's something that you thought you have already paid. I do want to mention fines though, so do not speed, do not forget to pay for the, I don't know, what's it called, like the parking ticket at the airport, because all of those things that you did not pay for in time might knock at your door in February, especially first half of February, especially around the 5th, the 8th, and the 16th. You might also find out something that you are not thrilled with around the 5th of February, something connected with a friendship, something connected with a friend. Maybe you find out that they've talked about you behind your back and you are not having it. I feel like you are in the mood to cut people out. Cancerians, I will just say it. You're not having any of this. So if you believe that you cannot trust someone, you're going to be very radical and say, no, there is no room for you in my future. Goodbye. You could also be having a bit of an uncomfortable conversation with a friend around the 5th of February. I believe you're not on the same page and you don't get where they're coming from and they don't get where you're coming from. So it's a little bit up in the air. 6th of February, Mercury goes into Pisces in your 9th house. So you're going to be thinking a lot about travel, about education, and also about your interaction with people from different countries, foreign lands, foreign countries, etc. Mercury is going to go retrograde in this part of your chart, 26th of February until the 20th of March. So you might experience some delays and some challenges in communication when it comes to legal matters, educational matters, but also if you're traveling throughout this period, short distance or long distance, it doesn't matter. I would just get travel insurance in case planes get delayed, you have to postpone a flight, you have to rebook a flight. There is a possibility some of you might have to fix their cars, or you might have to deal with matters connected with transportation that maybe you've postponed, or maybe you thought you had already dealt with, but now they're coming back to your attention. I am gonna do my thing and recommend that you do not buy any new kind of cars, bikes, motorbikes, whatever you prefer in terms of transportation throughout the retrograde, because you might need to return them, or they might be broken, or something might be wrong with them. So that would be from the 26th of February until the 20th of March. Is it a good time to fix or to like repair your car? Yes, it is. It is. Throughout the retrograde period. Another thing that I don't necessarily recommend doing is taking exams during the Mercury retrograde period, 26th until the 20th of March, because Mercury is also the ruler of your 3rd house of writing, communicating, speaking, and you might misunderstand what is asked of you during an exam. You might not be able to explain things in the best way possible. So if you can postpone any big exams, I would. If you have to retake an exam, you could do it during the retrograde, but I'm not a major fan of the retrograde, I repeat, for exam taking. The one day that I do like for maybe you kind of like retaking an exam is the 28th of February when Mercury conjuncts Venus. Also, 20th of February is a great day for travel. It's a great day to reach out to maybe old mentors, guides, to reach out to people from the past, maybe old friends, potentially. To maybe reach out to your in-law if you had a bit of a difficult time, I don't know, getting along with them. I feel like you can bury the hatchet around the 28th of February. Someone could help you around the 28th of February with a legal matter, with an educational matter. So I do like the 28th of February. Let me just put it out there. But overall, I've made my recommendations. Cancerians, so consider yourselves warned, okay? Now going back in time. 8th of February, Venus squares Uranus, unexpected expense potentially. Maybe you find out something shocking about a family member or about a friend. It could have something to do with their love life. It could also have something to do with their financial life. And you are a bit discombobulated. Can I just say that? 10th of February, Venus goes into Pisces in your 9th house. I love this because, hey, Pisces is a water sign, so it trines you. It's in a harmonious aspect with your Cancer, either ascendant or sun. Venus is also exalted in Pisces. So it really, really, really loves this place in the sky. Venus is going to be here until the first week of March. I recommend taking advantage of this transit in the following ways. Travel as much as you can, but remember that Mercury is also going to go retrograde in this part of the chart. You can use the Mercury retrograde from the 26th of February until the 20th of March to go back to places that you've already visited, so to travel back to places. But alas, I would still take advantage of this transit from a travel perspective, especially international travel perspective. Venus in the 9th house can also be very, very helpful and very supportive in the form of other people helping you, other people making things easy for you. On the legal front, if you have to deal with governmental sort of like institutions, legal entities, and so on the educational front. And Venus brings a lot of pleasure and a lot of enjoyment to the part of the chart that it's transiting. So you might derive all of the above through spiritual experiences, interactions with maybe a higher power, maybe attending, I don't know, like a spiritual retreat, or maybe studying a spiritual tradition, studying in general, but also maybe attending cultural activities with someone else, because Venus is a relationship planet, such as going to the opera, going to the theater, going to the museum, etc., etc. Now, Saturn, dun, 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 drum roll please, 13th, 14th of February, depending on where you're based in the world, Saturn is going into your house of career and public status in Aries. Saturn has already been in Aries for a little bit in 2025. End of May, last week of May until the beginning of September, until the 1st of September, actually. What was going on in your career? What was going on in terms of your status and reputation in the world, Cancerians, throughout that period? Because that period essentially gave you a preview of the next 2 years. If you felt like something new was about to start, if you felt like you had to commit to a new path professionally, if you felt like you had to take on new responsibilities in the professional sphere, but also in terms of how you contribute to society in general, in terms of how you are of service to society. Saturn coming back into this sector of your chart until the spring of 2028 is saying, okay, we got to make this real. No more sort of like thinking about it, no more hesitating. Saturn crystallizes things into the 3D reality. So it takes sort of like potentials and the, okay, how should I explain it? The energy that sort of exists in the astral sphere, and it gives it shape. It materializes it. It brings it into the 3D reality. I think it was Diane Fortune that said it binds things into form. So something is forming in your professional sector, and it's going to bring with it duties and responsibilities and work in a very kind of public way. So the world is going to see it, the world is going to know about it. Sometimes you're going to feel like you are being very, very heavily tested in terms of having to be more dominant, having to be a little bit more assertive. I don't want to say aggressive, but having to be a bit more pushy, having to assert yourselves, Cancerians, especially in your interactions with other people. You might also publicly be accepting a new role, such as, I don't know, some people could get married on this transit, and it could feel like the world looks at you differently and maybe judges you in different ways. By the way, Saturn can make you feel generally quite judged publicly. The world's going to be watching what you're doing, both career-wise and also in terms of your relationships with others and in terms of any roles that you are accepting. Now, Saturn is going to come together with Neptune. This is going to be exact on the 20th of February, but you're going to feel it pretty much throughout the entire second half of February. Saturn says this is what you're going to work on professionally and in terms of your public status and reputation for the next 2 years. Neptune says you got to make some sacrifices. You got to give up on something. You got to let something go. And it feels like a lot of this is all new. And it involves a lot of risk. It involves stepping into the unknown. And it involves maybe even a little bit of a process of disillusionment because maybe you thought you could do it all. But the reality, Saturn, says, nah, you got to be selective. You got to be discriminating. You got to narrow down your focus. So you might give up on something else. Maybe you're giving up on an existing role work-wise. Maybe you are giving up on old dreams, old ideals, and you're focusing on the practical matters at hand. 16th of February, Mercury trines Jupiter. I love this day. I feel like you're inspired. You are inspired by some important conversations that you're having. You could be inspiring others with your vision and your belief system and your worldview. And this is generally a very, very good day for travel. It is a very, very good day for public speeches. It's a very, very good day for writing, for communications, for interviews, for any purchases. If you need to buy something, for exams, for exam taking, really nice. 17th of February, active week before, week after. We've got a new moon solar eclipse in your 8th house. Dun, 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 dun. Drum roll, please. This eclipse is the first of a series of eclipses that's going to activate your financial axis from basically the winter of 2026 until the winter of 2028, until the beginning of 2028. Just putting it out there. This eclipse can bring in new beginnings, major new beginnings when it comes to finances, especially for your partner if you have a partner. If you don't have a partner, it could bring in new beginnings when it comes to taxes, debts, loans, mortgages, investments. Speaking of investments, that is an area to focus on for the next 2 years, actually. It could be that your partner gets a new job. It could be that your investments go up. By the way, this is not financial advice. Please keep that in mind. Take this as pure entertainment only. This new moon can also, it's a new moon solar eclipse, can put the spotlight on the journey of transformation that you're embarking upon from a psychological perspective, Cancerians, over the next 2 years. And this is going to have a lot to do with your career sector and with your reputation and status sector as well. As much as your Cancer is a water sign, you're probably going to have to approach things in a very kind of like detached, impartial, progressive, unconventional manner moving forward. There can also be new developments coming in through other people in your life. Maybe you hear from, I don't know, parents saying, hey, I'm going to donate this land to you. What are you going to do with it? So it could feel like resources are coming in through other people in your life, and you have to kind of say yes to the responsibility that comes with it. 18th of February, Sun goes into Pisces in your 9th house. Once again, there's a lot going on in your 9th house. A lot of focus on travel, legal matters, educational matters, especially from the 10th of February. Actually, from the 6th of February onwards. But then on the 10th, Venus goes into this part of your chart as well. And then the Sun joins Mercury and Venus on the 18th. 22nd of February, my favorite day of the month. Active day before, day after, Venus trines Jupiter. Okay, what do I recommend doing on this day? Definitely anything romantic / educational, or something educational with your romantic partner, such as, I don't know, attending a conference, a lecture. Can that be romantic? Yes. Anything spiritual. attending, I don't know, like a meditation retreat with someone dear to you. Now, it doesn't have to be a romantic partner. It could also be a friend, because Venus rules your 11th house of friendship. This is a great day for friendship in general. You might make friends, you might expand your circle. It's also a great day to sort of promote something to the wider world. So great day for marketing activities. Fantastic day for travels, fantastic day for legal kind of matters. And if you need to schedule an exam, I also like this day. Especially if it's an exam that involves interactions with other people. So if it's not just purely like a written exam, relationships with friends, in-laws, family members, and work colleagues seem to experience a major improvement, and they are very enriching. My least favorite day is the 27th of February, active day before, day after, when Mars squares Uranus. An unexpected conflict, an unexpected argument with either a friend or a child or a loved one, your romantic partner. Maybe they've hidden something from you. Any of these people might have hidden something from you, and you are not having it. You're like, what is going on? There could also be an unexpected argument popping up with a figure of authority in your life, such as a boss or a manager. Maybe you realize that they have been hiding something, or maybe you realize that they have some sort of a weakness or something that they feel really insecure about, and you're kind of like triggering them. Tread carefully is my recommendation, because this person might have some sort of like power over you. Obviously, if they're like a manager, they could say, hey, I don't like you anymore because you're pushing my buttons in the wrong way. So yeah, just kind of like take it easy. Mars Uranus can also be accident prone, so I would recommend being a little bit extra cautious when it comes to attending any group type of events. So I would not go to a concert 26th, 27th, 28th of February. I would not find myself, if possible, in amidst large crowds. I would not go to protests or anything like that, because things can get out of hand. And 28th of February, Mercury conjuncts Venus. We did touch upon this a tiny little bit. I feel like you're getting some sort of like peace of mind from a conversation with someone on a topic that maybe has been sort of on your mind for a long time, and you just could not figure it out, or you could not find the best sort of like solution to an issue. Leo suns and Leo risings, February of 2026. What is cooking? What is going on, my dear Leos? Well, the month begins with a full moon in your sign. So you are in the spotlight as the month kicks off. This full moon is activating your first house, 7th house axis. So it's putting the spotlight on how you show up in important partnerships, relationships, in important collaborations. I do believe you're probably going to make some sort of a compromise for the sake of a relationship continuing, for the sake of a relationship working out. I do believe you're going to also find that the other person, who maybe historically has been very reluctant to compromise, so maybe it's your spouse, but maybe it's also a business partner, they are willing to meet you halfway. So the full moon is happening with the sun co-present with Venus. So this is a good time for mediation, negotiation, and finding a middle path between you and other people. It could be on the personal front, it could be on the professional front. It's a great full moon, active 3 days before, 3 days after, for reaching agreements, signing partnerships, signing contracts, agreeing to take on sort of like joint responsibilities from a financial perspective. 4th of February, Uranus goes direct in your 10th house of career. Leos, you've been going through a lot of changes career-wise over the past 7 years. These will be over in April. Uranus has got a little bit more disruption and surprises to deliver over the next few months, and Uranus is actually going to make a few important aspects this month. First and foremost, on the 5th of February, with Mercury in your 7th house of relationships. So 5th of February, active day before, day after, you might have an unexpected conversation with someone that you've been working with. They might surprise you with their approach. You might not be thrilled with it. They might deliver some unexpected news, maybe connected with how much they're willing to pay for your services. There's also a possibility that a business partner might challenge your existing approach to a project, and I believe it's going to take some time to get on the same page. And there's also a possibility that you might decide, that either of you might decide, because there's this kind of like difference in values, that you no longer want to work together. There's actually a chance of business partnerships potentially falling apart or breaking up. Let's make it a little bit less dramatic. Around the 5th of February, day before, day after, around the 8th of February, day before, day after, and around the 16th of February, day before, day after. Now, these are all times when it comes to interacting with people in the professional sphere, they're being very stubborn, or you might feel like they're being very stubborn. You might feel like, hey, I just can't with you. Why are you being so difficult? Why are you trying to have things your way? I mean, it's hard to say, but it's probably because they truly and genuinely believe that they're seeing things in the right manner, in the correct manner. They might be saying, oh, we're being the objective ones, and you're being all kind of like sentimental and emotional. And maybe, just maybe there is a possibility that they're being a bit more objective than you are. Just think about it. So I'm not going to sit here and tell you compromise, but what I am saying is take your time to make a decision, even though initially that decision could be, hey, I'm just going to do it my way and you do it your way, and that is that. Agree to disagree. On the personal relationship front, 5th of February, day before, day after, 8th of February, day before, day after, and 16th of February, day before, day after. On the personal relationship front, these can all be challenging times. 5th of February, you might have a disagreement over money. 8th of February, you might have a disagreement over a communications-related matter, maybe also a home-related matter. And 16th of February, you might have a disagreement over a career-related matter. Maybe it's connected with your career, maybe it's connected with your partner's career. Everyone is being very stubborn. I will say it. It's not just them, it's also you. And you don't want to give in. And you're coming from a place of on the one hand, I feel like you want to be accommodating, but on the other hand, you might be thinking, I don't really resonate with this. You know, when you're probably going to be able to find common ground more. Second half of February. I'm just going to say it, especially after the sun goes into your 8th house in Pisces on the 18th of February. You might be able to see things their way a lot more. But if we have any sort of like relationships that have been, both professionally as well as personally, that have been going through a tough time recently, or maybe throughout 2025, 5th of February, 8th of February, day before, day after, and 16th of February, day before, day after, they can all bring breakups. It's like it cracks, everyone goes their separate ways, and there's a sense of freedom and relief sort of like permeating the air. Mercury goes into Pisces in your 8th house, 6th of February, and things can start getting fuzzy financially. Things will probably get really fuzzy from the 26th of February until the 20th of March, when Mercury is going to be retrograde. My massive recommendation is, if possible, and by the way, this is not financial advice, please take it as pure entertainment only. You're completely responsible for your financial decisions. My major recommendation would be to not make big decisions, to not sign important contracts, important papers that involve money and expenses throughout the retrograde. If you have to sign anything, please make sure that you read it 5 times, read the fine print, find ways to potentially get out of whatever it is that you're signing if you change your mind, because you might be changing your mind after the retrograde is over or after the post retrograde shadow period is over, which is going to be, let me check, second week of April. So I'm not impressed with how things are kind of looking in terms of mental clarity financially for you, Leos, especially during the retrograde period. But the fuzziness could start as early as the 6th of February because Mercury does not like to be in Pisces, okay? So during the retrograde, there could also be challenges in communication around money. There could be delays in you getting paid. There could be delays in you sort of receiving confirmation of payment if you have paid your taxes. By the way, if you're paying anyone anything throughout the retrograde period, make sure that you keep proof of payment. Take screenshots, take a photo, whatever it is. Let's say you're paying off your taxes or you're paying a fine. They might send you a notification and say, oh, you haven't paid the fine. And you're like, I have paid the fine. Show us proof. And you have no proof and you have to pay twice. So fuzziness around anything that has to do with payments, I would think 5 times. Again, this is not financial advice, before investing in anything throughout the retrograde period, because as much as it could look like a good idea on paper, after the retrograde is over, it may prove to be a scam, potentially. Oh, and speaking of scammers, people might try to talk you out of your money, or they might try to literally steal from you. So do keep an eye out for like phishing emails or like scammers online throughout the entire retrograde period, 26th of February all the way until the 20th of March. There could also be some challenges in communication throughout the retrograde period with friends. There might be some sticky topics coming back to the surface with friends. Maybe you once again feel sort of like triggered because they haven't been honest with you regarding certain matters, and they're like, oh, but you would not have understood. And you're like, yes, I would have understood. But the retrograde is actually a good time to go back over issues that have not been fully addressed. Even if they are very hard to broach, even if they are very hard to talk about, even if it feels hard to open up about them. Is it a good time to go back to therapy? Is it a good time to go back to talking to someone that you trust? Yes, the retrograde period. I'm going to go back in time. I know you folks don't necessarily like it when I do that, but alas, I'm going to do it anyway because, hey, I'm an Aquarius. I do what I want. Joking, just joking, maybe not joking. 10th of February. Venus goes into Pisces in your 8th house until the first week of March. Now, this is a beautiful day. A beautiful time, not a day. A beautiful time. I'm going to give you some beautiful dates. But this is a beautiful time for all things connected with intimacy. I will just say it. Enjoy, 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 enjoy. This period can also bring auspicious transformation from a career perspective, because Venus is the ruler of your career sector. You might have the support of someone important throughout this period, career-wise. Someone might have your back. It is a good time to earn commission career-wise. It is a good time to get bonuses. You might see the values of your investments going up throughout this period, but remember, this is not financial advice. However, investments might go up, just as an FYI. You might receive gifts from others. Others might be very generous with their resources, so I like this period. 13th, 14th of February, depending on where you're based in the world, Saturn goes into Aries in your 9th house. Dun, 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 dun. And it's going to be conjunct Neptune exactly on the 20th of February, but you're probably going to feel it throughout the entire second half of February. This is big. This is very big, Leos. What was going on in your life? Travel-wise, education-wise, from a spiritual perspective, from a legal perspective, from a partnerships perspective, what was going on in your life, Leos, between the last week of May 2025 until the beginning of September 2025? Because that period gave you a bit of a preview of what's to come from February of 2026 until the spring of 2028, with Saturn transiting the 9th house. So essentially, Saturn transiting the 9th house is probably going to bring in new duties, new responsibilities, potentially new challenges connected with education, travel, foreign lands, foreign countries, relationships and interactions and dynamics with people from different cultures. So you might need to start working with people from different cultures, from a new country, from a new culture that you haven't dealt with just yet. And you're probably going to experience some growing pains when it comes to understanding how these people work, how they operate, what their philosophy is. There is a possibility you might start a new chapter work-wise that involves traveling. A new chapter work-wise that involves mastering new sort of like legal requirements and legal rules and a changing sort of like legal landscape. Speaking of legal stuff. New laws might get passed that will affect your work, but that will also affect your partnerships. And you have to adapt. Just saying. Saturn is also going to test your belief system. So whatever it is that you believed in so far, whatever you thought the meaning of life was, whatever you thought was out there from a divinity perspective, Saturn's coming in and it's saying, okay, does this stand the test of the 3D reality? And if not, you're probably going to have to let go of that existing set of beliefs, or it could be like a singular belief. If you have not been doing things by the book, legally speaking, Saturn is the planet of karma. I'm just going to say it. So the law might come in and restrict you. Now, if you have been doing things by the book, well done. Well done. Just keep at it, even though sometimes it might feel difficult, because Saturn will most likely reward you at the end of the transit, which is going to be in 2028. Some of you might commit to a new chapter in terms of studies. So maybe you're signing up for your master's and whatnot, or your PhD. Saturn, being the ruler of your 7th house, can also bring in a fresh start when it comes to your relationship sector. So let's say when it comes to your spouse, maybe your spouse is offered a job abroad and you have to decide whether you're going to move with them or whether you're going to have like a long distance relationship for at least a year, maybe like it could actually be 2 years. Neptune with Saturn is saying something new is kind of like crystallizing. Neptune comes in and says there's a lot of unknowns. There's potential sort of like illusions, fantasies, lack of clarity. But there's also a level of sacrifice that is required for this new reality to take shape. And you're probably going to sacrifice a lot of your existing beliefs over the next, well, many years, but at least the next years, my dear Leos. That's not a bad thing. That doesn't even have to be a challenging thing, but it can be a challenging thing if you are attached to your existing set of beliefs. And if you think, oh, I've got to be right, I have to be right, it has to be my way, it will be painful if you believe that. 16th of February, Mercury trines Jupiter. I believe that a conversation with someone is giving you peace of mind. I believe that a conversation with someone is making you feel better about a sticky topic in your lives. A conversation with someone dear to you. It could be a loved one. It could be a child. It could also be a friend. It almost feels like it's giving you permission to relax. There could also be good news coming in connected with money, debts, taxes, mortgages, inheritance, insurance money, etc. So maybe it feels like you're getting a little bit of like financial relief. New moon solar eclipse, 17th of February, active week before, week after. This is a big one. This eclipse is the first of a series of eclipses happening on the Aquarius-Leo axis from February of 2026 until the beginning of 2028. New people are coming into your life. I'm just going to say it, my dear Leos. It could be people that completely change your belief system, your worldview, your connection with the divine. It could also be people that bring in new duties and responsibilities, my dear Leos. Duties and responsibilities involving travel, duties and responsibilities maybe from an educational perspective, people that will challenge you, but that will also help you grow. This new moon solar eclipse can also bring in new partnerships, new business partnerships, new personal partnerships as well. So if you're single, it can bring in someone who has the potential to become a long-term partner. If you are in a relationship, an existing relationship can be taken to the next level, or it may feel like there's a major fresh start happening in your life because of developments on the partner's side. I repeat, developments on the partner's side, probably connected with their work, but it doesn't necessarily just have to be connected with their work. It could be connected with their financial situation. So maybe they are receiving like a big inheritance, and now you've got to decide, what do we do with it? How do we handle it? What does that mean for the foreseeable sort of like future? Do we have to like travel to another state? Do we have to, I don't know, like deal with someone's estate, etc. 18th of February, the sun goes into Pisces, once again illuminating your partner's resources and the resources of other people, but also illuminating your fears, my dear Leos. What are you afraid of? Are you afraid of being vulnerable? Are you afraid of surrendering? Are you afraid of letting go? There can be a lot of relief and even blessings actually coming from deciding to let go and to go with the flow, especially around the 22nd of February. Maybe also around the 28th, but especially around the 22nd of February when Venus trines Jupiter, Venus from the 8th house. By the way, Venus trine Jupiter, 22nd of February, active day before, day after, is probably one of my favorite days in February. A beautiful day for romance, for relaxing with someone, for getting away from the maddening crowd with someone. Fantastic time for an escape, for a romantic escape if possible. But it can just be an escape if you don't have anyone in your life. Leos, especially Leo risings, you can just kind of get away on your own. Fantastic time for meditation, for retreating from the world, from engaging in spiritual practices. It's a very healing time. A lot of healing is actually unfolding on the relationship front, in your relationship with someone that you love, but so it doesn't have to be a romantic partner. It could be the relationship with your mom, for instance. A lot of healing is kind of like taking place because you're finding compassion both for the other person as well as for yourselves, my dear Leos. This could also be a very good time from a financial perspective, FYI, investments-wise, but I repeat, I'm not giving any financial advice. This is not financial advice. If you feel like being generous to someone, this is also very beautiful because it could be, once again, really fulfilling for everyone involved. My least favorite day is the 27th of February, active day before, day after, when Mars squares Uranus. A very open conflict with someone. I will say the world is watching. They are openly challenging your worldview, your belief system. I would be very careful when it comes to challenging someone's belief system, political beliefs, etc., publicly, because that could backfire from a reputation perspective for you, from a career perspective for you. But if you are 100% sure that you are correct, even though Mercury is retrograde at the time, so tread carefully when it comes to communication. I'm not going to say, hey, don't defend your beliefs. But if you do stand up for what you believe in, be prepared for possible repercussions. To the point where they might say, I don't want to work with you anymore. There could be a sudden rupture in terms of a business partnership. There could also be a sudden departure on the professional front. Maybe a boss suddenly leaves. There's also a possibility that you might have a very kind of like public argument with a parent, with a family member, and you might decide to take a really sort of like different stance from them. So, I don't know, let's say your father has like an important political affiliation and you publicly state that you do not have any affiliation to whatever party they are affiliated with. 20th of February, Mercury conjuncts Venus. This is a great time to reach out to people from the past professionally, to maybe reconnect with old clients, to maybe, go back to, I want to say, projects from the past, career-wise, that could do with like a review or like a transformation of some sorts. Why not? Why not? This would also be a very, very good time to revisit your financial portfolio and to look at what's worth keeping and what's worth maybe getting rid of, to sit down and to talk about money with someone, and maybe to pick back up where you left off a sticky conversation around money. I feel like you can find a common ground. And speaking of sticky conversations, this is actually a very, very good day to return to challenging conversations because everyone is a little bit more gentle, more open, even when it comes to matters that have been very triggering to them historically. That is Leo. My dear Virgos, Virgo suns and Virgo risings. February of 2026. What is going on in the sky, my lovely Virgos? You're going to be very busy this month. I will just say it, Virgos, initially with work and then with your relationship sector. And when I say your relationship sector, I'm not just referring to your romantic relationships. I'm actually referring to professional relationships. I'm also referring to business partnerships. I'm referring to relationships between you and any people that might be offering you any services, let's say. So let's kick it all off with the 1st of February. We've got a full moon in Leo. 1st of February active 3 days before, 3 days after. You might be completing something. You might be wrapping something up from a work standpoint. I do believe, however, that there is an element here that you are not aware of. So maybe this is coming to a close. A project is coming to a close in a manner that you did not foresee. Some of you could be wrapping up a job altogether. So you might be walking away from a job. You might be terminating your employment. And there's also a possibility that this full moon is saying you got to relax more, you got to rest more, you got to take it easy. So as much as you're like work, and I did say you're very busy this month, beginning of February, it could be a good idea to take it slow, to take it easy, maybe to take a day off, or to just give yourselves the time that you need to rest. Because I repeat, it's going to be a packed month. There's going to be lots going on. And there is a possibility that if you've been ignoring rest, that your health might act up a tiny little bit beginning of the month. You might also need to tackle a health-related situation beginning of the month, especially something that maybe you've been ignoring, or something that, I don't know, your doctor or your holistic practitioner has been telling you to handle for a long time. And now you're like, oh, I really got to do this because this ain't working. I got to do this acupuncture thing because the insomnia has been really nasty recently. So those are all kind of like good areas to handle. This is also a full moon that's saying get rid of something. Get rid of something that is, well, it could be a metaphorical something. Get rid of something that is sabotaging you. Get rid of your tendency to please everyone. Get rid of your tendency to overdo things, to overanalyze things, or get rid of the tendency to try to be the best at everything all the time. I know that is a lot to ask. I know, Virgos. 4th of February, Uranus goes direct in Taurus. Uranus is going to get out of Taurus after 7 long years, end of April. So over the past 7 years, Uranus has been revolutionizing your belief system, but it might have also brought in a lot of surprises, a lot of disruption, a lot of chaos when it comes to your academic path, your educational path, maybe also your interactions with foreign lands, foreign countries, your travel sector, your legal sector. So Uranus is going direct, which might make you feel like things are finally moving forward on this front, but actually Uranus is making a few important aspects this month with Mercury, Venus, the Sun. So what does that tell me? It's telling me that the revolutionizing is not done and the disruption is not over until April. 5th of February, Mercury is squaring Uranus. I believe that you're having a little bit of a clash 5th of February, day before, day after, with someone that you're working with over a matter of approach, let's say, on how to do a job. So maybe you believe that things should be done a certain way, and this person is saying, no, I absolutely disagree with it. I feel like someone could also challenge your expertise around this time, and that might feel very destabilizing. It might sort of interfere with your ability to finalize your tasks for the day. 5th of February, maybe also day before, day after. I do believe there's a possibility you might be able to sort of get on the same page with them second half of the month, but initially it might just feel like you're clashing. Challenges in communication around the 5th of February with colleagues, clients, but maybe also with anyone from a health perspective that has been involved in your health journey. You might actually decide to break up with someone health-wise, so maybe break up with your, I don't know, acupuncturist around the 5th of February or around the 8th of February, give or take a day before, a day after. Speaking of 8th of February, Venus squares Uranus. A professional relationship is experiencing some form of disruption. Maybe you're no longer going to be working with someone. There's a possibility that someone might leave your workplace. Maybe it's a colleague. Maybe it is, I repeat, a client. There's also a possibility that the 8th of February, day before, day after, could bring an unexpected expense connected with your health, connected with travel, or connected with your work. So maybe you need to, I don't know, replace one of the tools that you use for work. 5th of February and 8th of February, people could be late for your work. So if you're offering a service and if you have appointments, they might need to reschedule or they might be late, and that could throw you off a little bit once again. A similar thing could happen around the 16th, but it's less, I feel like it's less intense. There can be travel disruptions around the 5th of February, 8th of February, and 16th of February, give or take a day before and a day after. I do believe it's probably a good idea to get travel insurance if you're traveling, and if you're traveling for work purposes, to maybe have a bit of a backup plan. Or if you're traveling for relaxation purposes, to keep at the back of your mind that work might call you and say, hey, we need you to fix this straight away. And you might say, I'm somewhere hiking a mountain, and they might not be having any of it. They might expect you to still handle the problem even though you are on holiday. So expect work to interfere with travel plans. 6th of February, Mercury goes into Pisces. Pretty much for the rest of the month, you're going to be very focused on other people. That's why I said a lot is going on the relationship front, but not just romantic relationships. Your interaction with other people. Your interaction with, it could be with your significant other, but it could also be with people that you work with, bosses, etc. I feel like you're really trying to understand how other people think from the 6th of February onwards. And you are thinking a lot about them from the 6th of February onwards, my dear Virgos. Speaking of thinking, God, Mercury, planet of thought, is going retrograde 26th of February all the way until the 20th of March. Your thinking processes might not be as clear as they normally are throughout this period, especially when it comes to what other people expect of you or what you think other people expect of you. If you're generally someone that's very good at anticipating other people's needs, you might not be that good at anticipating their needs or their thought processes throughout the retrograde period. There can actually be challenges in communication with bosses, managers, leaders, clients, but also partners. Personal kind of partners such as spouses, but also business partners throughout the retrograde period. Whatever you agree on from the 26th of February until the 20th of March with others, on the personal front or on the professional front, I would be prepared for it to be revisited and reviewed after the retrograde is over. Or I would be prepared for you to change your mind or for the other person to change their mind. This is not necessarily the best time to sign contracts, 26th of February until the 20th of March. If you do sign a contract with anyone, keep in mind that, again, things could shift after the retrograde is over, or after the post-retrograde shadow period is over, which is going to be second week of April, my dear Virgos. If you are accepting any jobs throughout this period, I would read the fine print and I would make sure that I know what I'm signing up for. Or I would be sort of like prepared for what you're signing up for to change after the retrograde is over. Because maybe you are kind of like ready to accept a new job. There is a possibility that a new job or like a new work project could come your way around the 17th of February, give or take a week before, a week after, because we're going to have a solar eclipse in your house of day-to-day work. But keep in mind that afterwards, Mercury is going retrograde, so the terms and conditions and the kind of like requirements and the expectations might be in flux. Other people might also be really unclear with what it is that they're sharing with you, what it is that they're trying to like send across to you throughout the retrograde period, and that might drive you to exasperation, mentally speaking, throughout the retrograde period. Make sure to clarify, sit them down, clarify, talk about whatever it is that they want from you. A good day to talk about things is the 28th of February, Mercury conjuncts Venus in your 7th house. A good day to reach agreements, even with people that you have not historically reached agreements with, is again the 28th of February, maybe also the day before. So I feel like there's going to be ways around the retrograde, but alas, it is a retrograde, and it can bring its own set of challenges. Things could also be a little bit delayed, partnerships-wise, agreements-wise, and career-wise during the retrograde. That doesn't mean that they won't happen, but they might just happen later. Maybe people are slow to respond. Maybe people are slow to sign whatever it is that they need to sign. Maybe you need to chase them. Maybe you need to send them another email because your first email is kind of like stuck in their junk or like spam folder. All of the aforementioned. Oh, and I have to mention this. I have to, because Mercury is retrograde in Pisces. If anyone is saying things from the 26th of February until the 20th of March that sound too good to be true, they probably, most likely, are. So take things with a huge pinch of salt, my dear Virgos. Also be careful on your end not to overpromise, because you might end up under-delivering throughout this period. I'm going to go back in time. Venus goes into Pisces 10th of February. So I've made you aware of the challenges of your interactions with others because of the retrograde. Now Venus transiting Pisces is superb in your 7th house of partnerships, relationships, interactions with others. Essentially from the 10th of February until the first week of March, other people are much more inclined to say yes to you, to be accommodating, to give in, to meet you halfway, to be nice to you, to be diplomatic, to welcome you in. Venus is also the ruler of your 9th house and of your 2nd house. So it feels like people that could help you or support you, either from a financial perspective or from a legal perspective or academic perspective, are going to be on your side. So Virgos, take advantage of that, or just kind of like reach out to others if you need help on any of these fronts. This is also a good time, by the way, to collaborate with people, Venus transiting your 7th house, especially on educational matters, travel-related matters, or financial matters. Again, business partnerships, with the massive caveat that, again, from the 26th of February, Mercury is going retrograde. So if you can agree on anything, agree before the 26th, whilst Venus is still in your 7th house, but the retrograde has not yet begun. Venus transiting the 7th house can also be very enjoyable from a romantic perspective. If you are single, it can attract people romantically. It's a good time to date. You might even date someone from the past after the Mercury retrograde begins. If you are dating anyone during the Mercury retrograde, I would recommend taking your time to decide on whether you like them or not. You might change your mind after the retrograde is over, regardless of how you initially feel about them. People from the past could come back into your life romantically, 26th of February until the 20th of March. Going back to Venus, so Venus is transiting Pisces. This is also really good for like couples that are sort of like fully formed, long-term couples and so on, because it may feel like your partner is, I repeat, much more eager to please. They might surprise you with things. They might be more romantic than usual. The relationship can benefit from added sweetness, softness, pleasure, maybe a trip. It is a good time to travel with a partner. I repeat, Mercury is going to be retrograde end of the month, but it could be a good time to go back to maybe, I don't know, the place where you first kind of traveled to as a couple. 13th, 14th of February, depending on where you're based in the world, Saturn goes into your 8th house in Aries, and immediately it forms a conjunction with Neptune on the 20th of February. It's going to be exact, but you're basically going to feel it throughout the second half of February. What was going on financially for you, Virgos, but also for your partner if you have a partner, end of May 2025 until the beginning of September, because Saturn and Neptune gave you a preview of what's to come. Saturn's going to be in this part of your chart until 2028, and it's kind of bringing in a new reality. It's crystallizing a new reality when it comes to your partner's finances. So maybe if you're in a relationship, your partner could experience a shift in terms of how much money they make. Maybe they're starting a new job. Maybe they're taking a pay cut. Maybe there's new responsibilities that are making their way to their life from a financial perspective. Maybe they have to support a parent financially. So Saturn brings in restrictions when it comes to other people's resources. It could be your partner, but it could also be other people. So in general, let's say if you've benefited in any shape or form from financial support, let's say from family or from a scholarship, from a sponsorship, from a bursary, Saturn's coming in and it's sort of like narrowing that down. Saturn's also coming in and it's saying if you have debts to pay, if you have financial duties and obligations towards others, it is time to take those very, very seriously for the foreseeable future, for the next 2 years actually, until the spring of 2028. Saturn can bring with it tests, it can bring with it obstacles, it can bring with it long-term sort of challenges and difficulties, but the way out of it is through it. So the way out of it is to take it very seriously, to make a commitment, and to do things by the rule book. By the way, rules are a very good Saturnian word. Maybe there are new rules that you need to impose upon your, I don't know, like spending habits. Maybe you do need to get rid of your like credit cards, or like pay off all of your credit cards or all of your debts. And maybe that's going to take a while, but Saturn is saying, now is your time to do so, okay? Saturn is also the ruler of your 6th house, so a chapter of transformation begins from a professional perspective. You're probably going to have to deal with, well, new rules, a shaky foundation, new responsibilities, and there is a possibility you might feel afraid sometimes because you might be thinking, I don't have enough experience. How am I going to do this? I'm all new at this. Saturn is also coming in and it's saying you've got to transform your habits in terms of how you take care of yourselves, my dear Virgos. Neptune coming in is saying you got to give up on something. Maybe you got to give up on your existing approach to health. By the way, this is not health advice. Please take the advice of your doctor. Take this as pure entertainment only. Neptune comes in and it wants to make some sort of a sacrifice. It wants you to give up on something. So you could give up on a habit. You could also give up on a job, or you could give up on something that you've been doing on a day-to-day basis. There's probably going to be no more time for it. So your day-to-day is shifting. It is changing. I would be very cautious when it comes to investments over the next 2 years, because oh God, this is not financial advice, big disclaimer. Once again, you're completely responsible for your financial decisions. Saturn is the planet of long-term goals and visions. If you're trying to do, I don't know, short-term investments, day trading and such, I would not necessarily recommend it. With Saturn transiting your 8th house, Neptune might come in and it might feel all sort of, it might feel good in all sorts of ways about an investment opportunity, but it could be a scam, or it could be something that proves too good to be true, or that pays off, well, over an extended period of time, not immediately, even though it might have promised an immediate sort of like payoff. 16th of February, Mercury trines Jupiter. This is a very, very good day to connect with friends, to go out into the world, to have important conversations with a partner, with a loved one, with a friend, maybe with a loved one about plans for the future, maybe with a loved one about your living situation. Things are coming together in terms of your home life and family life and living situation. So I do like the 16th of February. And then new moon solar eclipse in Aquarius, 17th of February, active week before, week after. This can bring in a major fresh start, work-wise, health-wise, and it can bring in fated developments on this front, maybe new people, new teams, new projects, but also a need to kind of like do things differently from a health perspective. The Sun joins Mercury and Venus in your 7th house on the 18th of February, once again illuminating your relationship sector. And Venus trines Jupiter, 22nd of February, active day before, day after. I love this. Great day for romance. I mean, great few days for romance, dating, attending any sort of like social events, going out with friends, attending concerts, scheduling in a group type of activity, presenting something to the wider world, having heartfelt interactions with an audience if you have an audience, and also maybe like traveling with loved ones. It could be family, it could be with your partner, it could be with all of the aforementioned. Mars squares Uranus 27th of February, unexpected disruption in the workspace, but also unexpected disruption when it comes to travel. I would be careful not to get into any sort of unnecessary conflict with people in the workplace. I mean, you're stubborn, they're stubborn, everyone is stubborn, and it can all kind of like escalate. There is a possibility that something might break at work. There's also a possibility that something might malfunction when it comes to, your car, your preferred mode of transportation. You might be late into work because there is an incident on the road. Do not speed, take it easy, and do have a backup plan if you need to get into work at a certain time. And 28th of February, Mercury conjuncts Venus, superb time to connect with people from the past and to talk about things that maybe have been left sort of like up in the air in the past. Now is a good time to sit down and to reach an agreement with someone. You could also reminisce with your significant other about the good old days, and it just feels good to talk about the past, and it feels like you can connect over a sort of like joint shared history with someone. That's Virgo. My dear Libras, Libra suns and Libra risings, what does February 2026 have in store for you, Libras? Loads of things. Some fun, some work, some opportunities. I want to start off, before going into the dates in chronological order, the most important dates in February. I want to start off by sharing the following. Please, please, please circle in your calendar, in your calendars, Libra risings all around, the 16th, the 17th, and the 18th of February. Why is that? Because that is when Venus, which is your chart ruler, is going to conjunct the North Node, the true node, not the mean node, for you astrology geeks out there that know what that means. For everyone else, don't worry, the nodes. Venus is going to conjunct the North Node in Pisces, in your 6th house of day-to-day work. These dates are really, really lovely, and if you ask me, very important. When it comes to your work, there could be important people coming into your life work-wise, important opportunities, a contract, a person coming into your life that is going to smooth things over work-wise, someone that is going to be very helpful on your professional journey. Now, it could also be that someone comes in, metaphorically speaking, 16th, 17th, 18th of February, that you already know, that you maybe have worked with before, that you are acquainted with. They come in and they say, hey, don't you want to work with us on this project? Or we think you would be perfect for something, XYZ. Once again, these dates can be massively, massively, massively helpful when it comes to your professional path, Libras. So I would recommend paying attention, because sometimes hindsight is 20/20. I would recommend paying attention to what conversations you have, what people you interact with, what sort of energies make their way to you in the professional space, because they're likely to be, once again, very supportive work-wise. Now, these dates are also dates to remember. Once again, 16th, 17th, 18th of February. When it comes to your health, someone might come in. And when I say someone might come in, you have to take it metaphorically. You might have an encounter, you might have a conversation, you might have an interaction with someone that offers really, really good advice, really good counsel on the health front. Someone that can really help you with a health issue, and they could be a health practitioner, but they could also be, I don't know, your sister who tried out something, or who went to an acupuncturist, let's say, and they tell you about this acupuncturist, and you decide to go as well, you decide to give it a shot. So the information that comes in, or the people that come in also in the health sphere, could be equally useful around these times. Now, this is not health advice. Please take it as pure entertainment only. You are completely responsible for your health-related decisions, and I always recommend listening to your doctor first and foremost, okay? I had to get that out of the way because it is very, very important, and it is a very significant date few days in February. Let's start off with the 1st of February. We have a full moon. Boom. Straight in with a full moon. Active 3 days before, 3 days after, activating your 11th house, 5th house axis. Libras, what is going on? I mean, some of you could be catching up with friends. Some of you could be going to a concert, to an event, to a party. There is a possibility some of you might be wrapping something up, like a professional project that involved teaming up with people. So maybe it's a group project that is coming to a close, that it's coming to an end, and maybe, I don't know, you're going out for post-work, post-office drinks. What are these things called anyway? I mean, you can tell that I haven't been in an office for a long time. So it feels like there could be some sort of joint celebration happening, group celebration happening. and you're not on your own. It feels like you've been working, I repeat, together towards a greater objective with other people, your peers, or people who are in some shape or form like-minded. I do believe that the focus is going to be on friendship also around this time. A friendship is sort of at a crossroads, as in you might need to decide, or the other person might need to decide whether you're willing to keep on working on it, because maybe it's been a little bit of hard work, and all relationships can be hard work sometimes. This time it's been friendship, right? So this time it could feel like, hey, do I still want to invest in this? Is it worth it? Or maybe it's time to sort of part in an amicable manner. I do believe, however, that either one of you, whoever is making the decision about the work part on the relationship, either one of you is probably going to feel like, yes, this is worth it. And the worst, or the heavy kind of tests when it comes to this friendship, are behind you. Last but not least, if you have kids, you might go out with your child, maybe attend, I don't know, like a football match or like a football game. Maybe your kid has some sort of event scheduled, so that could also be in the spotlight around this time. Uranus goes direct 4th of February in your 8th house. For the past 7 years, my dear Libras, Libra risings especially, Uranus has been shaking up other people's resources, your partner's resources. If you have a partner, there have been challenges, disruptions. There have been disruptions and chaos when it comes to your intimate life as well. Maybe also when it comes to your investment sector. Well, Uranus is getting ready to get out of this part of your life in April. Not in February. It's going direct in February, but in April it's getting out of there. You might look back from, let's say, last week of April, May onwards, and realize how much your approach to intimacy, shared assets, and shared resources, debts, taxes, credit cards, how much your approach has changed, how much your approach has shifted. You might also look back and realize how much you've changed your approach to dealing with your fears. And I believe that's a great thing, but hey, I am a weird person, so. 5th of February, Mercury is going to square Uranus. I feel like this is a day of unexpected conversations with loved ones, maybe with a child, maybe with your romantic partner, maybe also with an in-law, and these conversations are not necessarily sitting well with you. I feel like they are rubbing you a little bit the wrong way. I feel like they're getting in the way of your sort of like fun, enjoyable kind of time. But once again, I think it is important to realize that people can change, and maybe, let's say you try to explain something to someone around this time. Maybe initially they don't get it, or they act as if they don't get it. They probably will act as if they're completely against what you're saying, or they're not getting it, they're not seeing your viewpoint. I'm a big believer in planting seeds. I'm a big believer in planting even like doubts in people's minds. And bear with me on this, because we're not doing this out of, I don't know, some sort of like mischievous intention. We're doing this because I think it is important that our perspectives are challenged, because we do not hold the absolute truth. We are not the keepers of the greater good and of the universal truth. And sometimes we can be wrong, and sometimes we can be narrow-minded. So I feel like you're probably going to have some of those conversations around the 5th of February, maybe day before, day after as well. But do not expect to reach an agreement immediately. Also, there is a possibility that plans might change at the very last minute, especially fun plans around the 5th of February. Also, around the 8th of February, plans might change at the very last minute. Fun plans. Maybe you can't make it to a party, or maybe a friend can't make it to your, I don't know, like scheduled yoga class together. So again, around the 5th and around the 8th. Around the 8th, Venus is squaring Uranus. I believe There could also be a little bit of a disruptive moment occurring in a romantic setup. Maybe around the 8th, you have planned to go out with your significant other, or just go on a date. Maybe you're looking to date someone for the first time. Maybe it's a blind date. I don't know, there's many possibilities, but the romantic sector is kind of in the spotlight. It does not turn out as expected, I will say. I'm looking at the 8th of February. I'm also looking at the 7th of February, so the day before. You might, let's say, reach the agreed location for the date, and the other person turns up half an hour later and they say, oh, I thought we agreed on 5:30. And you're like, no, I've been here since 5. So yeah, not ideal, not ideal. There's even a possibility that someone might cancel at the last minute, or you might want to cancel at the last minute. I also recommend both around the 5th and also around the 8th, taking your time to think whether you truly need to buy something for someone. Because let's say you want to buy a nice thing for your kid and you give it to them and they're like unbothered. They're like, I don't care, I don't like this, I don't want it. And you might be sorely disappointed. 6th of February, Mercury goes into Pisces in your 6th house of day-to-day work. And oh gosh, folks, Libra risings especially. Saturn is getting out of this part of your chart on the 13th, 14th of February, depending on where you are in the world. So a 3-year-long period is coming to a close where you've been tested, you've encountered challenges and difficulties on the health front and on the day-to-day work front. Now, you can say goodbye to Saturn, 13th, 14th of February, but Mercury is coming in and it's giving you potentially some extra headaches. Or maybe not headaches, maybe it's giving you the opportunity to wrap things up on this front, to wrap up some of the issues that you've been dealing with over the past few years, as it goes retrograde from the 26th of February all the way until the 20th of March. So even though you are bringing to a close these 3 difficult years of maybe like health problems or work problems, or just things feeling like stuck and stagnant on the health front or on the work front, or sometimes on both fronts, Mercury retrograde is saying, hey, you still got to think about this whole thing. Maybe you need to revisit some aspects. Maybe you need to take one more trip to the dentist. Maybe you need to go for one more checkup. So that could happen during the Mercury retrograde, 26th of February until the 20th of March. Now, if the delays or if the challenges brought by Saturn from like the spring of 2023 until February of 2026 were happening on the work front, what can I tell you? There's probably going to be an additional period of delays and frustrations, especially when it comes to communication on the work front from the 26th of February until the 20th of March. There's a possibility if you've been applying to jobs or if you've been waiting to hear back from clients or colleagues or just important people in the workspace, that they might take longer than usual to respond, that there might be all sorts of challenges in kind of like getting on the same wavelength with each other. There could also just be, so if we leave Saturn aside, Mercury retrograde, 26th of February until the 20th of March, sometimes there could just be malfunctions at work when it comes to emails, anything that has to do with communications, anything that has to do with presentations, anything that has to do with interviews. But also if you work in the marketing sphere or in the commercial sphere or in the transportation sphere, this Mercury retrograde is gonna be an interesting one because people are gonna be confused. They might misplace things. They might be like, oh, I forgot where I put the papers and we can't send this shipment because where are the papers? Mercury in Pisces can be, especially retrograde. And I'm not saying that's a rule if you have that natally, because you've probably learned how to work with it. But Mercury retrograde in Pisces can be very forgetful. It can be super kind of like disorganized in terms of filing the documents where they need to be filed and sending in the updates and so on. So just a little bit of extra headaches. Is it a good idea, going back to the health aspect, to go back and maybe get yourselves kind of like checked up and see that everything is good and how it's supposed to be health-wise throughout this period? Yes. Is there a possibility that an old issue could sort of come back to your attention on the health front? That doesn't mean that it's anything sort of like dramatic or bad, or it's just maybe something that needs to be addressed. Like I said, maybe one kind of additional dentist appointment or something like that. Also, yes. Now, the reason why I keep on banging on about health and work, health, work, is because your chart ruler, Libras, Venus, is going into Pisces, where the Mercury retrograde is going to happen from the 10th of February. 10th of February all the way until the first week of March. So you are going to be very focused on two things: work, health. I know this is three things already. Day-to-day routines and the things that need to be kind of handled on a day-to-day basis that are part of your to-do list, pretty much from the 10th of February until the first week of March, until the 6th of March, if I'm super precise. Venus is very happy in Pisces. Okay, so I really have to reiterate this. Venus is here to help you get everything done with the help of others, to help you attract the right people, the right energies, the right circumstances, to kind of tick everything that is on your to-do list when it comes to getting super healthy, going to all your kind of like doctor's appointments, healing on a physical level. Venus transiting the sixth house can be very sort of soothing for any sort of existing health issues. Venus transiting the sixth house can also attract jobs, clients. So if you're looking to interview, if you're looking to secure a new job, if you're looking to attract more clients, if you're looking to, I don't know, like charm the socks off of existing clients so that they continue to work with you for many, I don't know, months, years to come, whatever you want. Venus is, I repeat, here to help. And it's actually going to make the Mercury retrograde period easier for as long as it's there, right? Because from the 6th of March until the 20th of March, Mercury retrograde is still retrograde without the help of Venus. So take advantage of Venus transiting Pisces, 10th of February until the first week of March, to attract jobs, to get the job done, to work with other people, to collaborate on practical matters with other people, and to maybe also take care of physical matters, health-related matters, because they function very sort of like smoothly with the help of the lesser benefic, but still a benefic, right? Jupiter is the greater benefic, with the help of Venus. Now, I did mention Saturn in passing. Saturn is going into your 7th house of relationships, 13th, 14th of February. It's already been there in Aries for a little bit, end of May until the beginning of September 2025. So have a think about what was going on in your relationship sector. And when I say relationships, I have to qualify this. I have to say relationships, but not just relationships with romantic partners, relationships with parents and children as well, but also relationships with clients and business partners. What was going on that front? Did anyone new come in? Did any new requests come in? You might say, did any new parents come in? No. Did any new sort of like requests from business partners come in? End of May until the beginning of September of 2025, because essentially Saturn comes in and it says February 26 until the spring of 2028, you have to take your duties and responsibilities towards others very, very seriously. You're going to have to make commitments. Relationships will be tested. They will be tested even if they have been going on for a long time. So relationships with your romantic partners are probably going to be tested. Relationships with clients will be tested. Relationships with business partners will be tested. With your kids, they will be tested. And these tests are they're not easy. And relationships that are not very solid, for instance, I'm thinking of a romantic relationship or of a business partnership, there is a possibility that they might break or that they might fall apart. There's also a possibility that new business partners could come in or new clients could come in throughout this whole period, and they might feel very kind of constraining or restrictive somehow for you, Libras. Saturn will conjunct Neptune exactly on the 20th of February, but you're probably going to feel the Saturn-Neptune conjunction throughout the whole of the second half of February. Essentially, Neptune joins Saturn. Neptune says you have to give up on something maybe in order to, I don't know, like please one of your business partners. You have to, this is just a random example, you have to give up on another contract that you've been working on for some time, but this other business partner is really demanding and they want more out of you and you can't cover all bases. So Neptune can come in with a little bit of like extra sacrifice. There's also a possibility if you are in a long-term relationship that it is your partner who may have to kind of start something new that is quite difficult for them, and at the same time say goodbye to maybe a dream, a goal, a fantasy, an illusion. When I say a fantasy, I'm referring to sort of like a vision that they had in their heads. 16th of February, Mercury trines Jupiter. Really good day for interviews at work, presentations at work, talk to bosses, talk to clients, schedule some sort of like open mic, something like that. 17th of February, new moon solar eclipse. Big fresh start in your 5th house. This can bring in, this can bring in a lot of things. For some people, it can bring pregnancy. For some people, it can bring a new child. If you have kids, this can be a fresh start for your child. Maybe they are entering a whole new kind of like stage of development. And for those of you who are single, this new moon solar eclipse can also bring in a new romantic chapter in the form of you being open to dating once more, or in the form of someone coming into your life. Now, because it's a solar eclipse, it's just the seed moment, so you might not yet be able to see fully how this is going to manifest. So don't expect to see things immediately. Sun goes into Pisces on the 18th of February, again putting the spotlight on work, health, to-do list, work, health, maintenance, repairs, all of that. And 22nd of February, also active day before, day after. I love this day. I love these few days. Venus trine Jupiter. Fantastic day for, or like days for all things work related, especially work partnerships, professional partnerships, business partnerships. A super auspicious day for making presentations, holding speeches, I repeat, charming clients, attracting some sort of big, abundant, prosperous sort of, or promising opportunity on the career front, and your reputation, regardless of whether you're in work or not, because some people might be saying, I'm not working. Your reputation is on the rise and you are very, very appreciated. 27th of February, day before, day after, also active. Mars squares Uranus. Unexpected fight, unexpected conflict with a kid or with a loved one, or an unexpected expense connected with maybe something fun. I would not recommend doing fun things that could be potentially physically dangerous, because this is an accident-prone combination. And 20th of February, you might bump into someone or hear from someone that you've worked with or that you've connected with in the past, at the gym, at work, at the local kind of cafe. This is also a good day to reach back out to old clients, to existing clients. That is Libra. My dear Scorpios, Scorpio suns and Scorpio risings. February of 2026, what is going on in the sky for you, my lovely Scorpios? A lot is going on, and I'm gonna jump right into it. 1st of February, we've got a full moon, active 3 days before, 3 days after, activating your 10th house, 4th house axis. Essentially, something is culminating for you, my lovely Scorpios, on the professional front, or when it comes to your public status and public reputation. So maybe you are achieving something big, achieving some sort of a goal from a career perspective. I do believe it's something that you're quite proud of. I do believe it's something that you've put a lot of effort into. I do believe it's something that is quite close to your heart. There's a possibility some of you might be getting some sort of public recognition in some shape or form. There's also a possibility that some Scorpios are sort of, especially Scorpio risings, they are going up on the career ladder. Some Scorpio risings also seem to be going up on the sort of status and reputation ladder. Is there something of that type out there in the world? Maybe unspoken of. But it looks like the world is kind of like seeing you through a different lens, my lovely Scorpios. What is that all about? It could have something to do with maybe children. So maybe the world is being super appreciative towards you because your child has been, I don't know, accepted into a PhD program, or maybe because you have a child, maybe because you've just given birth. There's also a possibility that you're receiving this sort of like public acclaim, public applause type of energy when you're going out into the world with your child, or when you're going out into the world with a significant other. There is a possibility some Scorpios could be presenting a romantic partner to the world, making it official, making a relationship official. I don't know, introducing them to... You're gonna laugh. I was about to say introducing them to your Instagram community or to your friends on Facebook. How old even am I to say that? There's even a chance that you might be going to dinner with your significant other and with your parents. So there's kind of like this connection between the world having visibility of who you are, but also who you are in relation to someone else, be it a romantic partner or a child. Parents could also achieve something important for them. Maybe they're moving into a new home. Maybe they're selling their home. I feel like people are mostly, they're happy. They're happy, you're happy, everyone's happy. Uranus goes direct 4th of February in your 7th house of relationships, and it's going to get out of there in April, end of April. Now, Uranus has been causing some chaos on the relationship front, not just romantic relationships, but also business partnerships, collaborations, relationship with clients. Uranus has been stirring the waters, murking the waters for the past 7 years, and it's on its way out. But a planet on its way out of a sign is due to cause a little bit more sort of disruption, especially since we're talking about Uranus, as it approaches the end of that sign. Uranus is actually going direct at 27 degrees, and it's not yet at 29 degrees. Uranus will be making some aspects this month, so be ready for some more news, surprises, unexpected developments around the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th of February. 5th of February, active day before day after, Mercury squares Uranus, and 8th of February, active day before day after, Venus squares Uranus. So there could be some unexpected interactions, unexpected news coming in around the 5th of February, maybe from a family member. Maybe they're saying, oh, I'm going to move to a different country, or maybe they're sharing something with you that catches you completely off guard, or maybe they say something along the lines of, I don't really like your husband. I've never liked him. It looks like conversations are really sort of left field around the 5th of February. Part of me feels like saying agree to disagree. You will probably disagree. You will probably disagree with someone. You're not on the same page with someone, especially with a parent or generally a family member on a matter that has to do with your partnership sector. 8th of February, Venus squares Uranus. A relationship is not functioning as it has functioned so far, especially with a romantic partner, but maybe also with a family member in general. They might cancel on you at the last minute, or they might make a really sudden left field announcement that catches you, I repeat, off guard. People catching you off guard seems to be sort of the general vibe between the 4th until the 8th, 9th of February. 5th of February, there's also a possibility, day before, day after, that something could break around the house, or someone could break something around the house. Maybe it's your mom sort of messing with something, Wi-Fi router. It could be anything. And all of a sudden it stops working. 8th of February, someone could break something around the house that is beautiful, maybe like a beautiful object. Let's say you've got this souvenir from your trips, and bam, it's on the floor, smashed. So yeah, careful with the valuables, both around the 5th and around the 8th. 6th of February, Mercury enters Pisces in your 5th house. So you're going to think a lot about love, children, fun, enjoyment, entertainment, creative pursuits, etc. But there is a twist. Mercury goes retrograde in this part of your chart from the 26th of February until the 20th of March. Now, This period could be good. It could be good, it could be challenging. It could be good in what way? It could be good if you are someone who writes creatively and you might go back over some old, let's say, songs that you've written, some old, I don't know, material that you've written, and you might tweak it, you might update it, you might review it, you might revisit it. And especially around the 28th of February, give or take a day before, a day after, you seem to be very inspired to revisit a creative project, especially one that uses words. There's even a possibility you might just want to go back to reading books or like some of the stories of your childhood, of the past, and you might feel quite nostalgic and emotional, and you might talk about things. You might want to talk about things from the 26th of February until the 20th of March that remind you of childhood and what you used to do as a kid, what you enjoyed doing as a kid for fun, for play. There's even a chance, 26th of February until the 20th of March, that you might decide to reach out to people from the past. Maybe it's old friends, maybe it's old school colleagues. Old friends could also reach out to you, and maybe they invite you to a celebration, a party, their birthday, something like that. So there are some really lovely ways in which the Mercury retrograde can play out. I'm chuckling because you know what I'm going to say now, Scorpios, or maybe you don't. Mercury retrograde in your 5th house can be literally the return of the exes season. 5th house of romantic love, a Mercury retrograde. Someone in the middle of the night is texting you saying, oh, do you remember when we did this and that? I can't stop thinking about this and that and whatnot. So return of the exes is on. 26th of February until the 20th of March. You might think a lot about exes. So ex kind of romantic partners, people that maybe you've, I don't know, been smitten with in school or whatnot. Again, you know what I'm going to say here. I would not make any long-term decisions regarding your romantic life from the 26th of February until the 20th of March. I would wait for the Mercury retrograde to be over and then decide. The thing is, you're probably going to be in the mood for love quite a bit. You're going to be in the mood for romantic stuff, and you're going to feel like it's all this sort of lovey-dovey, how should I call it? Heartwarming, soft, enjoyable kind of energy that's coming into your life. Even before the retrograde starts, before the Mercury retrograde starts, with Venus, planet of love and planet of pleasure, going into your 5th house of romantic love, 10th of February until the 1st week of March. So like I said, high chance for romance, high chance for dating, high chance for like the return of the exes. There's also a possibility, I have to give a shout out to Mercury and Pisces. And that doesn't mean that if you have Mercury and Pisces, you're going to be like this. This is probably one of the kind of darker expressions of Mercury and Pisces. Mercury retrograde in Pisces could tell you what you want to hear. So, 26th of February until the 20th of March, maybe you've been dating someone and you talk about, I don't know, the future and whatnot, and they just tell you what you want to hear, which might have very little, if anything, to do with the truth. So please, I know I'm talking to Scorpios, you're naturally quite skeptical. Please take things with a pinch of salt. If anyone sounds too good to be true, they might be too good to be true. They might be sugarcoating the truth. There's a possibility even you might be sugarcoating the truth, although I doubt it. I'm just going to be very honest. Mercury retrograde in Pisces can also bring in potentially some challenges when it comes to communicating with friends or when it comes to communicating with children. It might just be that there is misunderstandings, things getting lost in translation, potentially getting late to, I don't know, events or parties or things that you had scheduled to do together. I mean, it's retrograde season, so I was about to say, it's fine. I mean, it could be fine. It could be a hassle also. It could be annoying, but ultimately, it's not a disaster. Now, I did mention Venus in Pisces, 10th of February until the first week of March. This is superb for dating, but do keep in mind everything that I've told you about the retrograde. This is also superb for the improvement of relationships with partners, romantic partners, business partners, friends. This is also a really, really, really lovely time to do fun things that are also relaxing, but potentially also fun things that have maybe a spiritual side to them, Pisces, Venus in Pisces, or an artistic side to them. It's okay to indulge in some relaxation every now and then. I feel like that's what I need to tell you. 13th, 14th of February, depending on where you are in the world, Saturn goes into Aries. Saturn finally gets out of Pisces, out of your 5th house, and goes into Aries in your 6th house of day-to-day work and health. Saturn has already been there last week of May 2025 until the beginning of September 2025. Have a think about what was going on, if anything new came up, if you made any new commitments, if you started something fresh, if any new rules came in, maybe not rules chosen by you, on the work front and also on the health front. Because Saturn comes in and says, okay, you got to be super disciplined about this thing. You got to commit to it. You got to take it seriously. So for you Scorpios, for the next 2 years, from February 26 until the spring of 28, the work, the homework, the tests will unfold in the area of day-to-day work. Maybe you're going to have to learn to operate differently. Maybe you're going to have more responsibilities. Maybe you're going to have to manage some people. Maybe there are new systems that you have to adapt to and you're not necessarily fully in agreement with them. Maybe you have to learn quite fast how to use them. And I feel like there's a little bit of an awkwardness there. You might also need to commit to doing things in a certain manner, very kind of like regimented manner, health-wise. Now, Saturn is going to be exactly conjunct Neptune in this part of your chart on the 20th of February, but you're probably going to feel the conjunction pretty much second half of February overall. So Saturn with Neptune say, new rules, new systems, new responsibilities, new duties, new restrictions, but Neptune comes in and makes things a little bit blurry. It's like, things are not as clear as they should be. It's like a shaky foundation. Neptune also comes in and brings the sacrifice. You're probably going to have to sacrifice some of your old habits that are not healthy. You're probably going to have to sacrifice some of the things that you are doing on a day-to-day basis because you've got other duties and responsibilities that you need to tend to on a day-to-day basis. And it's probably going to feel, I will just say it, initially hard. I think there's no two ways around it. The sooner you adapt to the new circumstances, though, probably the easier it's going to be, but there's a chance you might feel a tiny bit disappointed with the fact that you're leaving some things behind. 16th of February, Mercury trines Jupiter. This is a superb day for dating, traveling. Oh gosh, yes, I love this. Also day before, day after. Dating, traveling, booking plane tickets, going to a concert. I was about to say going to church if that's something that you like to do. Listening to someone who can inspire you from a creative perspective, but also maybe from a spiritual perspective. So if you attend some sort of a spiritual talk or a conference, this is a beautiful day. Things are working out very smoothly when it comes to your conversations with children, loved ones, friends, but also people in the academic sphere and in the legal sphere. New moon solar eclipse, boom, 17th of February, active week before, week after in your house of home, family, and living situation. Again, I repeat, 17th of February. This is bringing in a new era of eclipses on the Aquarius Leo axis that is going to last all the way until January 2028. Okay, so fresh start is probably understatement of the year. Fresh start at home, in your home life, in your family life, in your private life. For some people, these could the series of eclipses coming in on the 17th of February could bring in the first stage of moving into a new home or living differently, welcoming in a new family member, the home environment sort of going through a big reset, okay? I feel like you're going to have some extra work to do either at home or for the family or on behalf of the family, or you're also creating maybe a new environment at home that will allow you to take better care of your health, or that will allow you to work in a novel way. So maybe you are kind of setting up a new home office space. Sun enters Pisces 18th of February. It activates your 5th house of fun, romantic love for the next month. Romantic love and love in general, but also creativity and creative self-expression. And I do believe there's going to also be plenty of opportunities to express yourselves creatively, Scorpios, especially Scorpio risings, in the professional sphere. 22nd of February, probably best day of the month. I'm just going to say it. We've got two exalted benefics connecting with each other. You might also feel it day before, day after. I mean, I was about to say, go crazy on this day. You can play this however you want, but I would love it if you played out this energy in a romantic manner. So if you went out on a date, or if you surprised a loved one, or if you did something, just really unexpected that felt like a grand gesture for someone that you love. It is a day of like big feelings, of massive kind of like affection, of a romantic relationship sort of thriving, and of love kind of flowing in abundance in your life, not just from a romantic partner, but you might even feel this flowing to you or through you from a higher power. And I think that's beautiful, says the Venus in Pisces talking about this. I'm a Venus in Pisces natal placement, my lovely Scorpios. So this is superb for kind of like connecting with a higher source of love. Is this a good time to travel? Yes. Is this a good time to go to a party? Yes. Is this a good time to do something that you've been postponing, something that will bring you a lot of joy and pleasure? Yes. Yes to all of the above. 27th of February, active day before, day after, Mars squares Uranus, my least favorite day of the month. I'm just gonna say it. There is a chance of incidents, accidents around the house, something breaking, something slipping. I would be careful with technology, with electricity, with sharp tools. I would not necessarily use sharp tools around the 27th of February unless you have to. There can also be an unexpected conflict around a domestic matter, or there could be an unexpected conflict between you and a parent. You might just feel like walking away. I believe you're in a very rebellious mood, and it's your prerogative, Scorpios. 28th of February, Venus is going to conjunct Mercury retrograde in your 5th house. I feel like this is a great time to kind of reach out to someone from your past, maybe a friend, or maybe someone that you've worked with in the past. Why not? Maybe even, let's see, who else? Someone that you've had a hard time getting along with, maybe historically. I feel like you can bury the hatchet. I feel like this is a time to sit down and to kind of hash things out and hash out any possible misunderstandings. It's also a great time to make amends towards someone, or to kind of welcome someone in who is willing to make amends towards you. Sagittarius. Sagittarius suns and Sagittarius risings. Oh my God, what a month, Sagittarians. I'm gonna jump right into the astrology of February. So let's start off with a full moon. Let's just start off with a full moon casually. On the 1st of February, active 3 days before, 3 days after, a full moon in Leo. So Sagittarians, what is going on here? I believe a few things could be going on here. You're either traveling, or you're planning to travel, or a trip is somehow kind of coming together. Maybe you are working on the itinerary. You could also wrap up something on the academic front. Maybe you have passed an important exam, or maybe you're scheduling an important exam. Maybe it feels like it's something that you've worked on for a very, very long time. There's also a possibility that you could be wrapping up a legal matter, maybe a legal matter connected with your home, your family life, your living situation. Maybe you've been in the process of buying a home. Maybe you've been in the process of dealing with the paperwork connected with, I don't know, the real estate side of things of your life. Things are coming together, they're coming to fruition, really productive conversations, really important aha moments here, where It feels like the hard work has paid off. Let's just say it. Some of you could be traveling to see family. Some of you could be welcoming family into your home, and some of you could also be traveling to deal with matters connected with in-laws if you have in-laws. There's also a chance that in-laws could help you with let's say a problem or a challenge that was on your radar for a long time on the real estate front or on the living situation front. 4th of February, Uranus goes direct. In your 6th house of day-to-day work and health, Uranus is going to get out of this part of your chart in April. Woohoo! Until then, there's a little bit more chaos and disruption still waiting for you on the work front. And I do recommend that you be flexible on the work front and on the day-to-day sort of schedule front, especially between the 4th and the 9th of February. And if I'm being super specific, on the 5th and on the 8th of February in particular. So on the 5th of February, active day before, day after, Mercury squares Uranus. There could be a sudden misunderstanding with a colleague at work. There could be a sudden disruption of the kind of communications flow at work. It could be that the internet breaks down. Or that your laptop breaks down, Sagittarians. I will just put it out there. There's also a chance you might not get into work in time, or you might miss a meeting, or someone might miss a meeting. And I feel like everyone is frustrated. Everyone's frustrated. What can I say? Sometimes we have to give people the benefit of a doubt. Sometimes stuff happens that is completely outside of anyone's control. But if you're working on an important presentation, do make sure to have backups and to save. 8th of February, Venus squares Uranus. A work relationship could break down or could go in a completely random direction. And maybe it is very surprising because someone that you have historically gotten along very well with catches you off guard and says, oh, I no longer want to work with you on this project, or we can no longer continue our collaboration because I'm going in a totally different direction. Both on the 5th as well as on the 8th, give or take a day before and a day after, people could leave the workplace. There could be sudden unexpected restructurings of the team that you work with. So I would be on the lookout. There's also a possibility that around these dates, there could be sudden news, unexpected news connected with maybe your health related appointments. So maybe you were supposed to go to the doctor, go see your dentist, and they cancel on you at the last minute, or you have maybe to reschedule at the very last minute. But I believe it's more likely them rather than you. So again, flexibility is what I recommend. I'm not saying that it's always easy, okay? Mercury goes into Pisces in your 4th house of home, 6th of February, and Saturn gets out of this part of your chart, woohoo, on the 13th, 14th of February. Saturn has been in this part of your chart, potentially causing stagnation, challenges, difficulties, blockages, potentially bringing a lot of tests, a lot of responsibilities, a lot of duties, a lot of burdens, a lot of emotional burdens at home, connected with the family, in connection with your living situation. Saturn's been doing all of this as of 2023, as of the spring of 2023, and it's getting out of there 13th, 14th of February, I repeat, depending on where you are located in the world. But why did I mention Mercury? I mean, obviously because Mercury is going into this part of your chart, so you're probably going to still be thinking about it. There's a lot going on in this part of your chart this month, Sagittarians. As a burden is being lifted, middle of February, 13th, 14th of February, Mercury goes retrograde in this part of your chart, 26th of February until the 20th of March. So as you no longer feel burdened and pressured and restricted and stuck and stagnant in the home sector, it is time to sit down. It's time to sit down and to revisit what's next when it comes to your home life, when it comes to your family life, when it comes to your living situation, to rediscuss maybe some topics that potentially have been sticky historically with family members, maybe to rediscuss where you're going to live moving forward, how your home dynamic is going to work moving forward. if there have been issues with communication, if there have been challenges in getting on the same page with people, the Mercury retrograde period, 26th of February until the 20th of March, is actually a great time to sit down and say, come on, let's talk it out. And also, I repeat, to think about the future, to think about how things are going to look like moving forward. There's a possibility that things are not yet how you want them to be, my dear Sagittarians, at home. They're not yet where you want them to be and how you want them to be at home. And that also seems to affect your career or your professional ambitions. So initially you have to take care of the home side of things, and then you can also focus on your professional ambitions. Is communication going to be easy throughout the Mercury retrograde? Probably not. Is it going to be filled with question marks, doubts, misunderstandings? There's a possibility that the answer to that is yes. And maybe you just have to sit down again, make sure that people have understood what you've tried to kind of share with them, make sure that they've taken away the right message, make sure that you have explained things clearly enough, make sure that you've understood things clearly from their end. If you've been waiting for something to move forward on the property front or on the living situation front, let's say you've been waiting for the approval of a loan, a mortgage, or something like that, the Mercury retrograde period can bring delays. I ain't gonna lie. Delays in abundance. And to that I say, Sagittarians, chase people, send emails, call people on the phone, make sure that your file hasn't been somewhere kind of lost, make sure that you've sent all the relevant paperwork, make sure that the correct institutions have everything that they need from you to move forward with this issue. There's a possibility some of you might consider going back to living in a place or in an area, in a neighborhood that you've lived in before, that you're familiar with. And I'm just gonna say it, that's not necessarily a bad idea, but I would always recommend, before you make a full-blown long-term decision, I would always recommend waiting for the retrograde to be over, which is going to be 20th of March, okay? Is it a good time to fix things around the house during the Mercury retrograde? Yes. 26th of February, 20th of March. Is it a good time to buy things around the house, especially mercurial stuff, such as a new TV or new internet routers or something like that? The answer is no. The answer is no, but if you have to buy them because they're broken or because it's a must, keep the receipts, make sure that you haven't misplaced the warranty and all of that jazz. Venus also goes into your fourth house, 10th of February until the first week of March. So there's going to be a little bit of an overlap between Venus in Pisces and Mercury retrograde. Venus is here to help. Venus helps all around. So Venus transiting your fourth house can help you improve relationships with family members, beautify the home, welcome people in your home, find a home, attract a home. Oh God, that sounds awful. Attract a home. Attract the right sort of energy into your home. But if you're looking to buy a house, you might literally feel like someone's kind of pointing you in the right direction to find the best home. And especially around the 16th, 17th, 18th of February when Venus conjuncts the North Node, okay? So there can be, for those of you who are looking for a new house, some really kind of like auspicious energies coming in 16th, 17th, 18th of February. 16th, 17th, 18th of February is also probably the best period to welcome people into your home, to host people into your home, as well as the 22nd of February, if you ask me. You're not asking, I'm just sharing. Venus transiting your fourth house, Sagittarians, is also a time when you might just enjoy being at home, being with family, reconnecting with family, traveling to your roots, traveling back to your past, catching up with old childhood friends, since Venus is also the ruler of your 11th house. Again, looking to maybe accomplish any goals connected with the home sector, connected with the living situation sector. So I love this transit. I absolutely love this transit. Take advantage of it. Saturn goes into Aries. I told you it's getting out of your 4th house. It goes into your 5th house. 13th, 14th of February, depending on where you're based in the world, Sagittarians, and pretty much for the entirety of the second half of February, it's going to conjunct Neptune, even though the exact conjunction is happening on the 20th of February, okay? So Saturn and Neptune coming together in your 5th house. What does that mean? Saturn brings in duties, responsibilities, tests, potentially burdens. I'll say it, potentially restrictions, potentially stagnation when it comes to 5th house topics. So there might be less fun, but for the next couple of years, but you might also take fun way more seriously. What does that mean? It means that if you have a talent, if you have a resource, if you have a skill, and Saturn is the ruler of your 2nd house, which can also be the house of resources, it is time to take it very seriously. It's time to become more of an expert. It's time to maybe study something. It's time to learn more about it. If you like astrology, for instance, maybe it's time to embark on a course. There are a few astrological courses, pre-recorded courses that you can also purchase from my website, such as the Natal Chart Interpretation Masterclass for those of you who are kind of intermediate in terms of knowledge, the Forecasting with Transits, which is like a really long course. It's a 12-hour course, but it is very in-depth, and if you ask me, it's pretty much all you need to forecast with transits. But hey, that's just an example. So maybe it's time to take very seriously something that you're passionate about. Take a class, take a course, monetize it, etc. For those of you who have kids, it could feel like kids are growing up. Maybe they're bringing in new challenges. I think there is a saying somewhere, but I don't remember it exactly. What does it say? Young kids, small challenges. Big kids, older kids, bigger challenges. Something along those lines, okay? Now, Saturn and Neptune are coming together. What does that mean? Neptune brings in a little bit of an element of sacrifice. So maybe you're going to have to sacrifice for the sake of, I don't know, writing your book, let's say. You're going to have to sacrifice some of the fun times that you used to have on a weekend. Maybe you're going to have to sacrifice some money if you are committing to a passion, a hobby, something that you want to take more seriously that costs money, okay? And maybe there's also a need to sacrifice an outdated or an older vision, an older idea that you had in regards to what you thought your kids are going to do with their lives. It would not surprise me if, let's say, I don't know, I'm just going to give an example. You thought your kid is going to be a doctor, and they tell you that they're actually signing up to the police academy. That's just a random example. But yeah, you might be disappointed. I'm just going to say it because it's very common for parents to project their dreams onto their children. And I'm not saying that with judgment. I feel like that is pretty much a fact of life. And I know it's not the case with all people. It is not the case with all parents, obviously, but it is the case with many parents, okay? 16th of February, Mercury trines Jupiter. This is a beautiful day to sit down, to talk with family members, to talk about the past, to talk about maybe challenging topics, to reminisce, to maybe also talk about financial matters with family members. I feel like you're going to reach an agreement. I feel like you're going to reach some sort of a sweet spot where you decide what you're going to spend the family's resources on. You could also buy something for the home. You could gift something to someone that you love, or they could gift something to you. And generally, when I say someone that you love, it is probably a family member. This can also be a very healing day, 16th of February, maybe day before, day after. Healing from an emotional perspective after having some really heartfelt conversations. 17th of February, dun, 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 dun. There is a reason why I said Sagittarians, you're maybe starting to learn something. 17th of February, active week before, week after, we have a new moon solar eclipse. Big new beginning, fresh start in your 3rd house. The 3rd house is the house of learning, writing, speaking, classes, courses, thinking, the logical mind. So I would not be surprised if destiny, if fate, if the universe brought onto your doorstep, something new that you have to kind of like now master, something new that you have to learn, to read about. Maybe you are deciding to embark on a course. Maybe you're deciding to expand your knowledge on a topic, something that you enjoy, something that you love, but something that does feel like a big commitment. There's a possibility some of you might commit to a new writing project. Maybe it's your novel, maybe it is a thesis that you have to write. Some of you might commit to taking classes when it comes to driving, for instance. There's also a possibility that if you have siblings, your siblings, one of them maybe, could be going through a fresh start of some sorts. And that fresh start might involve a new element of commitment in their life. Maybe you've got a sister who's just gotten pregnant and you're super happy for her, but that's going to be some work, some hard work on her end. The sun goes into Pisces and it joins Mercury, it joins Venus on the 18th of February, essentially further illuminating your family life, private life sector. There's going to be a lot of focus on these sectors this month, Sagittarians, as well as beginning of March. Venus trines Jupiter 22nd of February. Superb day to welcome people in your home, to, I feel like saying to make up with someone. Maybe the relationships haven't always been easy with a parent. Maybe you felt hurt. Maybe they have felt disappointed. I believe that love wins on this day. I'm just gonna say it. Love wins, and there's a lot of love, and you're feeling it, and you are bursting at the seams with it, and it just feels like the meaning of life and existence is love. I also believe that a very close relationship is going through a major transformation on an emotional level. It's a transformation for the better. It's a transformation where you're much closer to each other. You get each other a lot more. You've overcome difficulties. You're open. You're raw. The other person is willing to be open and vulnerable with you as well. This can also be one of the most romantic days of the month. 22nd of February, active day before, day after. Especially if it is spent at home or in someone's home. It doesn't have to be your home. It could be their home. My least favorite day, 27th of February. Active day before, day after. Mars squares Uranus. This is a time when there's a high chance of incidents on the road. High chance of incidents on the road. Drive safe, drive slow, or like drive cautiously. I don't want to say drive slow. You do whatever you feel is best. But be careful when it comes to road rage. Be careful when it comes to maybe other people not driving in the correct manner. That's why I'm saying drive cautiously, because there is a chance of kind of like multiple people being involved in an incident. There's also a possibility that something could crack or crash or break. Mostly kind of like break when it comes to your existing mode of transportation, so your car, your bike, etc. If you're not driving, then there could be something happening with the trains getting canceled, you missing the train. My major recommendation, Sagittarians, is safety first. So just because you are late, that doesn't mean that you have to run to the train and slip and fall and hurt your leg, okay? So safety first. Doesn't matter if you're late, it matters that you get there safe and sound. There's also a chance of an unexpected conflict, an unexpected argument with either a colleague, a work colleague, or a sibling, or a neighbor. You might be really frustrated with a neighbor. And to that I say, think about the big picture. Don't say anything that you're going to regret. You might be in the mood for saying things that kind of like really trigger other people. And Mercury conjuncts Venus, 28th of February, a really agreeable conversation with a family member, or a really positive, a really auspicious conversation about a matter that maybe has historically been left unsolved, has been kind of up in the air, on the property front, the home front, the real estate front. There could also be just this sort of energy of wanting to talk about the past in the air. And yeah, it's a good day to like call your grandparents and go through kind of like old photo albums and just go down memory lane. My dear Capricorns, Capricorn suns and Capricorn risings, February of 2026. What's going on? The month begins with a full moon, 1st of February, active 3 days before, 3 days after, activating your financial axis. Especially this full moon, I feel, is about you paying whatever needs to be paid, paying off debts, paying your taxes, paying anyone that you owe any money to. Although, who do you owe money to? I feel like you don't owe money to anyone, Capricorns, but I don't know you. I don't know what your life looks like. But yeah, this is a time to sort of like cover all things that need to be covered from an expenses perspective. I do believe this could be the time when maybe you're also looking at your investment sector. And by the way, this is not financial advice. Please take the advice of your financial advisor. This is pure entertainment only, Capricorns. You might be thinking of cashing in on some investments. You might be thinking about selling some stuff. I feel like you are making some good earnings off of this because we have the sun co-present with Venus in your second house of income, of resources. So if you are selling anything, it's probably not at a loss at all, if you ask me. There's also a possibility that you're looking at any sort of like financial partnerships that you're involved in and maybe rediscussing the terms and conditions. For the most part, I believe you're on the same page with people. Your partner, if you have a partner, could also be getting some good news in connection with their financial situation. Maybe they're getting a bonus, maybe they're getting a raise. Overall, the talk, the news is quite positive, I'd say. And a crisis might be coming to an end, by the way, Capricorns, when it comes to communication with loved ones, children, siblings, neighbors. Again, 4th of February, Uranus goes direct in your 5th house of fun, children, creative self-expression, hobbies, and passions. I believe that over the past 7 years, Capricorns, what you see as, or what you saw as fun has gone through a major kind of shift, has literally experienced an entire revolution, okay? That is pretty much coming to an end in April, end of April, but not before you have some new kind of aha moments, or maybe some aha moments in general that are kind of starting to crystallize on this front, especially between the 4th until the 9th of February. And I will explain why, because on the 5th, Mercury squares Uranus, and on the 8th, Venus squares Uranus. Now, the relationship with children might have also been very chaotic, very unexpected, very up and down, very volatile over the past 7 years, and that is again coming to an end in April. But in the meantime, there might still be some challenging conversations with kids, especially around the 5th of February and also around the 8th of February, give or take a day before, a day after. Last but not least, if you are involved in anything creative in any shape or form, Capricorns, your tastes might have gone through some really drastic changes over the past 7 years. Your tastes on the romantic front might have also gone through some massive changes over the past 7 years, and I believe you're going to be acutely aware of that, especially from the 4th until the 9th of February, okay? 5th of February, Mercury squares Uranus, potentially an unexpected expense, maybe also day before, day after, connected with a fun event, connected with a party. There's also a chance that maybe a date doesn't go exactly as planned, or a conversation with a kid doesn't go exactly as planned. It's nothing major, but I just feel like you are irritated. Let me put it out there, because you're trying to talk sense into someone and they're like, no, I'm just going to do it my way. I'm just going to be a rebel for no reason. 8th of February, active day before, day after, Venus squares Uranus. You might decide to stop paying for something. Maybe something that you historically liked, that you historically... Sorry, there's something in my eye. That you historically had a lot of love for, but now you're just not into it anymore. You might also decide to be very both around the 5th as well as around the 8th, Capricorns, you might decide to be very unconventional, very unorthodox when it comes to your approach to a work-related manner. Around the 8th especially, you might do something creative in a totally sort of outside of the box manner, my dear Capricorns, and not everyone is going to be into it, but I think you were already prepared for that. So there you go. 8th of February, maybe also the day before, probably not the best times to go out on a date because things might not turn out exactly as you thought they would, or if you do already have something in your calendar, let's say you connect with someone that you've spoken with online on one of the apps. Yeah, something just doesn't sit well with you when you meet in person. Maybe they don't look the way that they said or the way that you thought they looked, or maybe you realize that in person after spending a little bit more time with them, they're not as open-minded as you thought they were. For the most part, though, even though there's this kind of like energy of surprises in the air between the 4th until the 9th, it can also be fun if you don't take it super seriously, Capricorns. And if you also kind of are open to adapt at the last minute to changes and plans when it comes to things that you're looking forward to, I believe you can still have fun. 6th of February, Mercury goes into Pisces in your 3rd house of short distance traveling, siblings, neighbors, communication, colleagues, writing, and it goes retrograde in this part of your chart, 26th of February until the 20th of March. You know what I'm going to say? Please don't buy cars. Please, if you can, no cars between the 26th of February until the 20th of March. Also, please, if you can, don't take exams throughout this period, unless it's an exam that you've scheduled for a long time, or unless you're retaking an exam. You could be retaking an exam, and that's okay. That's actually fantastic during Mercury retrograde, because the retrograde is all about going back over things. It's a great time to reread things. It's a great time to go over old, material that you've written, old class material, old course material, maybe do a refresher training throughout the retrograde. I will say though, short distance traveling, 26th of February until the 20th of March. So I'm thinking of like road trips. I'm thinking of anywhere that you can get to by train, by bus. Not great. Can I make you aware of this, Capricorns? Lots of delays, cancellations, trains not getting on time. So a bit of flexibility is probably going to save you from many headaches. The 3rd house is also the house of sales and purchases. So your deliveries might not get in time, or they might land on your neighbor's doorstep. Speaking of neighbors, communication with neighbors could be a bit up and down or very kind of unclear. Communication with teachers, siblings, colleagues, also not very clear. But hey, I would be very attentive and meticulous and fastidious when it comes to any sort of papers and documents that you need to handle throughout the retrograde period, especially in a legal setup, but also in an academic setup, because Mercury also rules your 9th house and things might not turn out as you expected them to, or maybe there's typos in the documents and it all takes way longer than it was supposed to take in terms of some matters on the legal front and on the academic front. So now you know, Mercury retrograde is back, in case you missed it. I don't think anyone missed it, but alas, it is here. Venus also goes into Pisces 10th of February, and Venus is going to be there until the 6th of March. There's going to be some overlap between the Venus in Pisces transit and Mercury in Pisces transit. Venus is here to help. So Venus is actually going to give you a way with words. So your speech, your way of interacting with people in terms of communication is probably going to be super like smooth and charming and enchanting, and you're gonna have a way with words, and I feel like saying you can coax people into agreeing to anything that you want them to agree to. Relationships with neighbors and colleagues and siblings generally benefit from this transit, but remember the Mercury retrograde. Venus is also the ruler of your 5th house, so you can really enjoy reading, writing, attending courses and classes. Venus is also the ruler of your 10th house of career, by the way, Capricorns, and Venus is exalted in Pisces, so I feel like I have to give you a heads up on this. Especially from the 10th until the 25th of February. Take advantage of Venus and Pisces before Mercury is retrograde and schedule interviews, schedule important talks on the career front, make important presentations, reach out to potential clients, because all of these can turn out very, 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 very well with Venus on your side. If you're looking to attract a raise, a better job, anything that would kind of increase your status and reputation professionally. If you're looking to maybe upgrade your website or your portfolio, do it, especially between the 10th until the 25th of February. That is my recommendation to you. Take it or leave it, Capricorns. Saturn also gets out of this part of your chart, out of the 3rd house, 13th, 14th of February, depending on where you're based in the world, Capricorns, and it goes into Aries in your house of home, family, and living situation, and it is here to stay until the spring of 2028. Saturn's already transited this part of your chart for a little bit, from the last week of May until the beginning of September of 2025, and for the most part, it's here to bring in a new set of duties, rules, responsibilities, commitments, and tests possibly on the home front, the family front, the real estate front, and the parental front. So think about what sort of new issues came up on these fronts end of May until the beginning of September 2025, because there's probably going to be a continuation of these themes all the way until 2028. For some people, this could mean, let's say, parents kind of getting older or maybe entering a new stage of life, such as retirement. It could also mean setting up the foundation for a new family. So lots of major new beginnings, but with rules and, I gotta say, restrictions. Neptune comes in, or Neptune's already there. No, let me just rephrase that. The exact Saturn-Neptune conjunction is going to happen on the 20th of February, but you're probably going to feel it throughout the whole second half of February. Neptune generally brings potentially some sort of a sacrifice, a loss, a disillusionment, or a new set of ideals. So as much as you're kind of committing to a new reality at home, you're probably going to have to say goodbye to an old reality or an old set of goals or an old ideal. And maybe there is a sense of heartbreak. Some of you could be getting ready to, I don't know, move to a new country, and maybe there's kind of mixed feelings. Maybe there's a little bit of like heartbreak. Maybe there's a sense of fear, of the unknown, of, oh my God, what am I dealing with? I'm stepping into this new reality, but there's so many unknowns. And it's true, there are many unknowns. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend that they don't exist. 16th of February, Mercury trines Jupiter. Beautiful day for conversations with significant others, with partners, conversations with potential business partners, with clients. You are on the same page with pretty much anyone, can I just say it? So it's a fantastic day, 16th of February, maybe also the day before, for agreements, signing of contracts, scheduling important conversations. And Jupiter is also the ruler of your 12th house. So maybe you can have important conversations around matters that historically have caused you suffering, and now someone comes in and they help you with this issue that has caused you suffering, and maybe you find a sense of relief or solace or just understanding, okay? New moon solar eclipse, 17th of February. Active week before, week after in your second house. Boom. This is the first eclipse on the Aquarius-Leo axis that is part of a series that's going to last all the way until 2028, until January of 2028. major new beginning, big fresh start when it comes to your sources of income, my dear Capricorns. So you could be welcoming in a new source of income, but also fresh start when it comes to your approach to money and finances in general. Maybe you are taking a completely new, novel, unorthodox route when it comes to your financial situation. This would also be the time when you start developing a new set of skills that you can potentially monetize in the long term. I feel like it could be something that you're doing from home, or it's got something to do with family or with home, or maybe it's motivated by something happening at home, Capricorns. The sun goes into Pisces also, joining Mercury, joining Venus on the 18th of February, so essentially illuminating for the next month your communication sector, your short distance travel sector, so lots of potentially short distance trips that need to happen over the next month. 22nd of February, probably the best day of the month. I will say it, probably the best day of the month. I also like the 16th, 17th, and the 18th, the time when Venus conjuncts the North Node in your third house, when you could just have some major kind of aha moments, and they help you improve your relationships with others. But the 22nd of February, give or take a day before, a day after, is absolutely beautiful for all things romantic. Literally all things romantic. It doesn't matter if you're single or married or whatever, seeing someone. Talk about your feelings, talk about your love. I feel like saying confess your love, share your feelings. Love is growing. There's so much affection. There's so much understanding. There's such a beautiful connection between you and someone else. And it could be a romantic partner, but it could also be, I don't know, it could just be someone that is very, very close to your heart. It could even be a child, because Venus is also the ruler of your fifth house of children, my dear Capricorns. I would also like to flag this day, 22nd of February, maybe day before, day after, for those of you who are looking to buy something, or who are looking to maybe write something, or take an exam. Fantastic day. My least favorite day is the 27th of February, give or take a day before, a day after, when Mars squares Uranus. This could bring an unexpected fight, an unexpected argument. Let's not call it fight. Let's call it an argument. Let's call it a conflict with a child or with a loved one. There could also be an unexpected expense coming up that maybe you decide to push back on. You're like, I'm not paying this because I didn't sign up for this. What is this expense? It could be something home related. It could be that something breaks around the house and it just needs to be replaced. Is it worth you getting into a fight with the person who broke the thing? I don't think so, but you might feel very belligerent. I'll put it out there, because maybe this thing is expensive and you had other plans with your money. There's also a chance that you might be very frustrated with a friend if they bail on you at the very last minute on a fun thing that you were supposed to do together. And 28th of February, Mercury conjuncts Venus. Beautiful day to kind of talk about things that maybe you were not in agreement about with someone dear to you. It's a good day to go over the facts, to go over things, to kind of re-express your feelings and reshare where you stand, and maybe also give them the chance to reshare where they stand on a matter that maybe in the past has caused tension. A lovely day for a road trip, especially if you're going, and I know Mercury is retrograde, especially if you're going to a place that you've visited before. Venus is also the ruler of your fifth house. So you might feel either tempted to reach out to someone that you have been connected with romantically in the past, or you might bump into them. Maybe you bump into them at the local, book shop. Speaking of books, you might want to reread something that you've read in the past, and it's going to be a lovely experience. Yeah, it's a good time to reach back to people from the past, but I feel like adding a massive disclaimer when it comes to people from the past that maybe you've been involved with romantically. If you maybe decide to, just throw a message out there, and maybe they respond in a positive manner. They're like, yeah, let's catch up, let's meet, let's go out for coffee. You might change your mind about the whole situation after the Mercury retrograde is over, but enjoy it while it lasts, Capricorns. My dear Aquarius, fellow Aquarians, dare I say, Aquarius suns and Aquarius risings. February of 2026 is going to be a month. And I'm going to do something very unorthodox and start off with the new moon solar eclipse, Aquarians, that is coming up on the 17th of February. It is happening in your sign. It is active week before and week after. And it is a huge, I repeat, a huge fresh start, Aquarians, for you. On what front, you might ask? It feels like you're stepping into a new reality. And I'm especially talking to Aquarius risings. It's a new reality that is starting to crystallize. A reality in which you're probably going to have to learn to communicate in a new way. You're going to have to learn to talk about yourselves in a new way. Maybe you're going to change your appearance in some shape or form. Maybe you're going to have to dress differently, for instance, if you're stepping into a new role at work. Your relationship with yourselves is going through a major shift. I feel like this is the beginning of your reinvention process. And initially it's going to feel quite awkward. I ain't gonna lie. But it's also going to feel like you're learning a new language, metaphorically speaking. There's actually a reason why I'm saying this, because Saturn, which is going to be the dispositor of the eclipse, is going to be in your third house of learning, communication, languages, short distance travel, and so on. So major new beginning in terms of identity, in terms of life direction, in terms of relationship with yourselves, in terms of how you show up in the world, Aquarians. And because this is a solar eclipse, it's the seed moment. It's just the start of everything. It's not the end. It's not the sort of final outcome. It's not what this is going to look like at the end of this journey, what you're going to look like at the end of this journey. It might also feel like life is pushing you in a new direction, Aquarians. It might feel like life is opening up a new path for you, or is giving you this nudge in a new direction. But it might not yet be clear as to what this entails fully until the summer, until July, August, when at the end of July, the North Node is going to go from Pisces into Aquarius, and it's going to hit the degree of the eclipse. The eclipse is happening at the very end of Aquarius. So can I say, new you? New you is the theme, Aquarians. And it's probably going to be the theme for Aquarius risings, especially, at least until the beginning of 2028, when there's a reason why I'm saying at least until the beginning of 2028. That is when the eclipses on the Aquarius Leo axis come to a close. And they all start off now, 17th of February. Also pay attention to the week before and the week after. Now I'm going to go back in time and do this thing where I go in chronological order, but I had to start off with the eclipse, Aquarians. I absolutely had to. 1st of February, active 3 days before, 3 days after, we've got a full moon coming up in your 7th house of partnerships and relationships, which means that the spotlight is going to be placed on your relationship sector, not just romantic relationships, but partnerships and relationships in general. There is a possibility that this full moon could be about romantic relationships, because the sun is going to be co-present with Venus at the time when it's happening. So it could feel like you are ready to, express your love towards someone, or take a romantic relationship to the next level. Or maybe the other person makes you feel very loved and they're like, let's get married, let's move in together, let's do all of these wild things together, such as open a joint bank account. Let's bring our pension pots together. I don't even know if that's possible. So please do not quote me on that. But yeah, I believe that you're feeling very loved, you're feeling very valued, you're feeling very appreciated within a relationship, potentially a romantic relationship, but you could also be feeling very valued and appreciated by a business partner, because Saturn is going to be in your 2nd house of income at the time, and maybe this business partner is just super happy that you're making a lot of money together, and they want to maybe pay you more, or they want to revisit the terms and conditions of your contract, of your agreement. You could also be paying someone for their services around this time that you really appreciate. Maybe they've been a good advisor. Maybe they've been a good attorney. Maybe they've been a good therapist to you. I mean, clearly you should pay all of these people regardless of regardless of your feedback for their services. And if you decide you don't like their services, you just stop working with them. But you seem to be happy with the collaboration with someone. That's what I'm saying. Uranus goes direct, 4th of February, in your house of home and family and living situation and real estate. And it's going to get out of this part of your chart and bring to a close the chaos connected with home life and family life in April, end of April. But until then, there's a little bit more chaos, more surprises, more disruptions to come in this part of your chart, especially around the 5th of February, give or take a day before, a day after, the 8th of February, give or take a day before, a day after, and the 27th of February. The 27th is my least favorite day of the month, give or take a day before, a day after. Now, let's start off with the 5th. Mercury squares Uranus. You might make an unexpected announcement to your family. You might say, I'm moving in with this person. Oh, you don't know them. Oh, that's fine. I'm just going to do it anyway. So you might take them by surprise. They might not necessarily be thrilled with it, but agree to disagree. I think that's the way to go. There's also a chance you might surprise family members with your approach to a financial matter or to a matter connected with children. So maybe this is actually something that happened to someone very close to us. Let's say your family is Christian and you're Christian and you're kind of like Orthodox Christian and whatnot, and you have a baby and then you tell your family, I'm not going to baptize the baby Christian Orthodox because I'm going to give them the choice to maybe get baptized or not get baptized when they grow older. And maybe the family doesn't get it. They're like, oh no, that's so unorthodox, literally. But you're probably going to stand by what you say. So I feel like there's a bit of a difference in opinions, and you're breaking away from the past somehow, or from kind of what the family taught you around this time. 8th of February, active day before, day after, Venus squares Uranus. I believe that as much as you're trying to please someone at home, maybe a parent, maybe generally a family member, it could also be that you're trying to please potentially an in-law. Their reaction is not what you expect. So maybe you're trying to be really nice and calm and cool and friendly and, I don't know, welcome your in-laws over and buy all of these like nice foods for them that you know they like, and they're just in a mood. Or maybe they just don't show up. Maybe they decide to cancel on you at the last minute. There is a possibility of like some plans changing with a family at the last minute, both around the 5th as well as around the 8th of February, maybe also around the 27th of February, give or take a day before, a day after. Mercury goes into Pisces, 6th of February, and it's going to stay there for a long time. You're going to be thinking about money a lot, my dear Aquarians, and you're probably going to be spending money on fun things for the rest of the month, but maybe on paying your taxes, or maybe you're going to try to save more money to pay your taxes or pay off your debts towards someone, pay off any maybe like credit cards and such. Mercury is going to go retrograde, 26th of February until the 20th of March. There are so many things that I have to say about this retrograde. The first being, do be cautious with whatever it is that you buy, whatever it is that you pay for. Make sure that you're paying the correct amount, because there is a possibility you might get charged the wrong amount. There's also a possibility that you might buy something and then you want to return it, and then you realize, I have completely misplaced the receipt. I did not get them to send it to me by email. What am I gonna do? Oh my God. I want my money back. This thing is broken, or this thing is not working. So yeah, just take your time when it comes to purchasing things. And I mean, if you ask me, maybe you should purchase less throughout this period, or just give yourselves some sort of a backup in case whatever you purchase is not what you thought it would, is not working as you thought it would work, or you just decide you've changed your mind and you don't need it anymore. There could be delays in getting paid throughout this period. There could be a sense of things being slower than usual financially. Maybe if you're working for yourselves, maybe there's less clients coming in, or maybe someone who was supposed to pay you in installments is not paying you. They're like, oh, my money is somewhere stuck and I can't access it, and therefore I cannot pay you. There's also a possibility you might need to delay some payments that you have to make towards someone else. And if that is the case, maybe give them a lot of heads up. And if that is a conversation that you need to have, maybe have it on the 28th of February when it could go smoother than usual, just as an FYI. Mercury is also the ruler of your 5th house. You could be talking a big game on the romantic front throughout the retrograde. And after the retrograde is over, you might realize that you don't actually want to do all the things that you thought you wanted to do with your romantic partner. So I'm going to give you an example. Let's say you tell your partner, oh, you like tennis. I'm going to play tennis with you also. Let's go play tennis and let's do all of these things. And they ask you, are you really into tennis? And you're like, yeah, I can do it. I can do it for you. And then once the retrograde is over, you're like, no, I don't want to do it anymore. I don't want to play tennis. It is not my thing. So do be careful what it is that you decide to invest energy into and commit to for the sake of a romantic partner, because once again, by the time the end of the retrograde comes in, you might be done with it. Venus also goes into your 2nd house, 10th of February until the first week of March, until the 6th of March. Superb time to attract money. Superb time to attract clients. Superb time to get a raise, to ask for a raise, to increase your prices if you're working for yourselves. Maybe also to spend on Venusian things, such as beauty, jewelry, maybe to spend on beautiful objects for the home, because Venus rules your 4th house of home, maybe to buy nice things for the family, maybe to spend money on traveling. But if you are spending money on traveling, maybe spend it before Mercury goes retrograde, and generally maybe spend it before Mercury goes retrograde so that at least you have a bit of a period where you're getting the auspicious influence of Venus without the kind of retrograde energy that might kind of fuzzy your thinking. So that would be from the 10th until the 25th of February, because on the 26th, Mercury, boom, retrograde in Pisces. Mercury retrograde in Pisces can be very confused and confusing and unclear, okay? Venus is also the ruler of your 9th house. So if you want to sign up for any course, for any class, if you want to maybe purchase anything that would help you from an academic perspective, this is your time to do it. 10th of February until the 25th, but maybe, all the way until the first week of March as well, with all the Mercury retrograde disclaimers. Venus transiting the 2nd house is also probably going to give you a boost in terms of your self-worth and self-esteem, which maybe has been getting a little bit of a hit over the past few years when Saturn's been transiting this part of your chart. Woohoo! Saturn's getting out of here. 13th, 14th of February. So you're due for a boost self-esteem-wise, Aquarians, especially Aquarius risings. Saturn will go into your 3rd house, 13th, 14th of February, depending on where you're based in the world, into Aries. So for the next 2 years until 2028, Saturn, your chart ruler, is saying, you gotta learn some new things, Aquarius. You gotta work mentally, intellectually. Maybe there's some things that you need to learn to do from a practical perspective. Maybe you know them in theory. Maybe for the next couple of years, you have to be a lot more careful with your words, with what you say, because once again, let's say you're stepping into a new role, potentially professionally, and you can't just go about kind of talking willy-nilly, because people will pay attention to you. Then they will say, oh, this was your request. I thought that this is what I was working on, and now you're coming in and saying, oh, you don't want me to work on this. So Saturn going into Aries is saying, take very seriously your words. Do kind of put time and effort and discipline into third house matters, such as learning, writing, speaking. You might also need to learn how to drive. There might be a little bit of a burden connected with short distance traveling. Maybe you have to do some long drives, commute into the city and whatnot. Relationships with siblings, colleagues, neighbors might become a little bit harder. I ain't gonna lie. And maybe that's got something to do with the fact that they're going through changes as well, but maybe also it's got something to do with the fact that you don't have as much time to connect with them or to communicate with them because you've got other things on your plate, on your radar. And there is a possibility that siblings or cousins are going into a new chapter of their lives that they feel a little bit awkward about, they don't have a lot of experience with, and they're probably going to make mistakes in the process. Saturn will connect with Neptune exactly on the 20th of February, but you will probably feel the conjunction throughout the second half of February in general. This is also a conjunction that happened in the sky, or that was sort of active in the sky, end of May 2025 until the beginning of until the beginning of September of 2025, not until the end of the year. So for like the summer of 2025, Saturn and Neptune came together once more. They are back together in cahoots second half of February. There's a chance that maybe some people close to you are experiencing some losses. I am thinking of siblings, I am thinking of neighbors, I'm thinking of colleagues, I am thinking of cousins, I'm thinking of extended family, and it's not easy to talk about these losses. It's not easy to have conversations with them. It's not easy to address these matters, but I feel like for whatever reason, you're probably going to have to talk exactly about these very difficult topics. Sometimes you might feel like you're being the bearer of bad news or of difficult news. Neptune generally comes in and kind of like muddies the waters. I mentioned that you might be literally learning a new language. There's a possibility that some Aquarians might have to communicate with people that potentially don't speak the same language or speak in a completely different sort of like jargon or use a totally different terminology than the terminology that you're used to. And initially, I repeat, it could feel very hard. It could feel like you don't know exactly what you're saying, what the other people are saying. And this could cause some frustration. So you might need to brush up on your knowledge, or you might need to literally accumulate knowledge so that you can better communicate with these people. Let's see. I really like the 16th of February. Mercury trines Jupiter, a very productive day at work, really lovely conversations in the work sphere where you're on the same page with people, good news about money, good news about work-related projects, potentially also good news around health. Maybe you're making some important health appointments. Maybe you're getting good news around an issue that you've been dealing with from a health-related standpoint. I feel like you're overcoming some sort of a crisis health-wise, or maybe a loved one is overcoming a crisis health-wise. Another very good day this month is going to be the 22nd of February, when Venus will trine Jupiter. A lovely day to be of service to someone, to maybe get someone to help you, either on the work front or on the health front, or to collaborate with someone to achieve some sort of a joint goal. Everyone wins. You are very appreciated in the workspace. You're very appreciated in your community. You seem to kind of nurture very beautiful, very mutually fulfilling relationships with colleagues, coworkers, friends, people in the community. It's a great time, 22nd of February, day before, day after, to maybe also tap into your kind of like network and into your resources to help someone, and it will be something that pays off. And I'm not saying that's why you should do it, but it will be something that probably pays off in much more concrete ways than you initially think, just as an FYI. Pisces season begins 18th of February. Again, lots of focus on finances and money for the next month. And my least favorite day, 27th of February. I did mention it already. I'm going to mention it again. Sudden conflict, sudden argument with a family member, sudden argument with someone in the home. Maybe you decide, I feel like this is very radical. Maybe you decide to kick someone out of the house. If you've had enough. I believe that is very radical, and I believe maybe you should sort of slow down and reconsider whether it's worth doing that. You may try to do something really fast around the house, and it could backfire. There is a potential risk of domestic sort of like accidents or incidents. So take it slow, take it easy, and be careful. I would not handle electrical stuff. I would not handle sharp tools around the house. Just get a specialist. And as much as you could be frustrated with some people's stubbornness, remember that you're also very stubborn, Aquarius. Remember that. Okay, Mercury conjunct Venus on the 20th of February. I feel like you could have a very gentle kind of smooth conversation around the financial matter. Maybe that initially has been a sticky matter, but now you're finding common ground with someone. You could also decide to finally buy something that you've postponed for a long time, or make a gift to someone that you know they've wanted, I don't know, like a Kindle or something that they've been talking about for a long time. And they're like, okay, I'll get it for you. My dear Pisces, Pisces suns and Pisces risings. What's going on in February, Pisces, you might ask? Well, I have some very, 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 very good news for you, Pisces, which I have given you a heads up about in your 2026 forecast, which is not available to watch on YouTube. It is a recorded webinar, a 5-hour webinar, in which I go with Anastasia from Anastasia Does Astrology into all the most important transits of 2026. So I did already give you the good news there, but I'm going to give you the good news here as well. By the way, the webinar is available to purchase on my website. I repeat, as a recording. What is the good news? Saturn is getting out of your sign. Finally, this month on the 13th, 14th of February, depending on where you're based in the world. I think it's been a long 3 years for you, Pisces, especially Pisces risings, but Pisces in general. So Saturn entered your sign in 2023. It's getting out 2026. The burdens, the difficulties, the emotional challenges, the emotional tests, the physical tests, the health challenges. I'm not going to say overnight they're going to clear up, but you might feel like such a big boulder, such a huge pressure is being lifted off your shoulders. It is, I mean, it's undeniable. It is absolutely undeniable. So Saturn has been really pushing you to be the best version of yourselves over the past 3 years. And it's done that through delays, blocks, a sense of self-judgment. And I repeat, possibly quite a few challenges on the physical health front as well. You've had to work really hard. You've had to work really hard on yourselves. And you can finally, if you've done the work, you can finally reap the rewards. There is a caveat, as per usual. You can finally reap the rewards. But before you do that, Mercury is going to go retrograde in your sign from the 26th of February until the 20th of March. So this period is actually a very good time to revisit. What is it that you've been working on over the past 3 years? How have you changed? How have you changed in terms of your communication style, in terms of your approach to relationships, in terms of your approach to collaborations, to partnerships, in terms of how you see others, in terms of what you project onto others? This is also a good time to take a bit of a step back and have a think about whether there's anything outstanding that you need to take care of from a health perspective. Do you still have pending, I don't know, doctor's appointments? Is there anything that you thought about doing that you've postponed health-wise and now it's like knocking at your door? How do you even knock at a door? Like, I was supposed to do this. So before you throw the Saturn getting out of Pisces celebration party, my lovely Pisceans, slow down, assess, review, revisit, reevaluate, close whatever needs to be closed, or talk to whoever needs to still hear from you. If there are things that are still pending on the home front, on the family front, if you maybe want to make up with someone, if you want to sit down with them and sort of like improve their relationship, communicate better with them, Mercury retrograde is your time to go for it. Now, the Mercury retrograde could also make you feel a little bit fuzzy in the head because it is going to be Mercury in your first house. It might make you a little bit fuzzy, as in you might not know yet what the next steps are. Where should you go from here? What do you really want? What do you want when it comes to your relationship sector? What do you want when it comes to your home and family and living situation sector? You might be a little bit confused, and as you talk to others, they might end up confused as well, especially family members, partners, children, people in the home. So give yourselves some grace, first and foremost, and maybe, how should we put this? If you're having some important conversations with partners or family members during the retrograde period, do let them know that you may need to revisit these conversations and agreements after the retrograde is over, which is going to be from the 20th of March onwards. Okay? Do think about who is it that you still want to work with, live with, surround yourselves with, Pisces, especially Pisces risings during the retrograde period. Because now's your time to do a final, I feel like saying cleanup. Also, if there are things that you've left unsaid, now's your time to say them to your loved ones, to your romantic partners. If you want to clear the air, or if you want to talk about important matters, I repeat, take advantage of the retrograde. So these are two probably of the biggest things that are happening in your sign Pisces this month. And now I'm going to go back to the beginning of the month and obviously go in chronological order. So bear with me. 1st of February, active. 3 days before, 3 days after, you've got a full moon activating your house of day-to-day work and health. Something is coming together work-wise. You're scoring a big win work-wise. Maybe you're finalizing a project. Maybe you are finally hiring the right person for the job. If you're a boss, if you're a manager, if you've got your own business, you've got the right people on your side. There's a possibility you might also be closing a project work-wise, and now you're thinking, what next? Do I need to take a break? Do I need to, schedule some time off? Do I need to plan a trip? And this could also be the time when you say goodbye to a job because you are getting ready to work for someone else, or maybe to work for yourselves. So you could literally be closing a chapter because you are on to greener pastures. Grass may actually be greener someplace else. Health-wise, I also like this full moon because it feels like you are overcoming something that's been maybe burdening you for quite some time. You're finally getting some relief, or you're finally understanding, oh, this is the issue. This is the problem that's been messing with your, blood work. Uranus goes direct 4th of February in your 3rd house of communication and the logical mind and short distance traveling. You've changed your mind. Oh gosh, this is going to sound so weird. I feel like the way that you think and speak and communicate has changed dramatically in the past 7 years, Pisces. once again, give yourself some grace. Maybe there's more changes to come until the end of April, when Uranus gets out of this part of the chart for good. Uranus is going to be making some aspects this month. So it will be activated, and therefore it will bring some surprises. Let me tell you. 5th of February, active day before, day after, Mercury squares Uranus. What sort of surprise can you expect? A surprise disruption of your commute. Maybe there's an incident on the road, or maybe your train gets canceled, or maybe someone cancels on you at the very, very last minute, or something sudden happens in the home and you have to be late for work. These are things that you could have not controlled. So they were happening sort of behind your back, and they were not triggered by you. It looks like they were triggered by someone else, but you just have to kind of deal with it, and once again be flexible around it. Someone might have been hiding something from you, maybe a partner, maybe a family member, and now it comes to your attention that they've been hiding this stuff from you, and you are not pleased. So you might need to confront them about it. Do use soft, nice words, because you're probably going to still want to be in a good relationship with this person, even though you might be annoyed with them. Also, something could happen all of a sudden with the car or with your car. I don't feel like this is a thing to be very sort of like worried about, but maybe you find a scratch on your car. It's possible. Venus squares Uranus. So you may hear some information that you dislike about a sibling, a neighbor, a colleague, a cousin. And I feel like you're a little bit on the fence around what to do with it. If you say it, it could disrupt the relationship. If you don't say it, it feels like you're being untrue to your principles, to yourselves. This person is clearly shocking you. They might also respond in a very unforeseen manner, in a very kind of unconventional manner to one of your texts, to one of your emails, to one of your messages, and you don't know what to do with it. I believe you're gonna know what to do with it. I believe you're gonna know how to address the situation, probably from the 10th of February onwards, when Venus goes into Pisces in your first house. I love this transit. Pisces. Oh, this is another lovely thing that's happening this month, can I say? Venus is going to be in your corner from the 10th of February until the 6th of March. This is lovely for the following. You're feeling so much better about yourselves. You are feeling, and you deserve it, Pisces. Maybe you're seeing some really good results after the hard work that you've done on yourselves, on your body, on maybe your health. You're feeling good in your body. You're feeling like you can finally enjoy your body in a different way. You might feel like buying nice things potentially for your kind of looks. I don't know, go shopping and whatnot. You might also feel very liked and appreciated and admired throughout this whole period, and all the way until the beginning of March, until the first week of March, and very, very attractive as well. As in, you might be getting a lot of potentially romantic attention. Maybe people are flirting with you and you don't really... I mean, it feels flattering. I do believe you're flattered, I will say. I do believe you are getting that sense of, oh, I'm liked, I'm admired, look at me, I'm so good looking, so handsome, or whatever. Enjoy it, but I don't know. So you might already be in a relationship. I would tread carefully, because I don't know what your significant other would say about this if you were to, I don't know, like share with them. It depends on how secure or insecure they are. I don't know how they would feel if you would share with them, oh, this colleague from work is kind of like now flirting with me. Yeah, but you probably know your partner much better than I do. If you don't have a partner, and if you're open to dating, if you're open to finding love, if you are open to, just putting yourselves out there. Pisces, put yourselves out there, especially from the 10th of February until the 25th of February, before Mercury goes retrograde. After Mercury goes retrograde, you might still feel attractive. You might still attract potential romantic partners, but they might not be exactly who they say they are, or your view of them might change after the retrograde is over. So do take advantage 10th of February until the 25th. You might also attract a lot of gifts and a lot of support from others. 10th of February until the first week of March. I mean, lovely, lovely, lovely on so many different levels. And you seem to have such a way with words. As early as the 6th of February, actually, when Mercury comes into your sign, but then Venus comes in. Superb, all the way until the 25th, and then Mercury goes retrograde. Still, I do want to give a shout out to the 28th of February when Mercury conjuncts Venus in your first house. So you might be able to talk about an issue maybe that you had a disagreement with someone over, and now you're finding common ground. You might be able to sort of reach, what is it called? I was about to say like a peace treaty, but you're not a country, so maybe it's not a peace treaty. So you're about to reach some sort of agreement, mutually fulfilling agreement, a compromise of sorts. Also 28th of February, you may feel like reaching out to someone from the past romantically, or someone from the past might reach out to you romantically, and you might once again feel flattered. Now, flattered doesn't necessarily mean that you have to entertain it. There's also a possibility that you can improve the relationship, especially with a family member that you've kind of had beef with around the 28th of February, maybe also the day before, but especially on the 28th of February. So don't hesitate in reaching out to them if you feel like it. Now, going back in time, Saturn gets out of your sign, but it does go into Aries in your second house of income, 13th, 14th of February, depending on where you're based in the world, and it's joining Neptune. What does it all mean? By the way, the Saturn-Neptune conjunction is exact 20th of February, but you're probably going to feel it throughout the second half of February in general. You may need to make some sacrifices financially. You might need to basically allocate some money, allocate some resources to something that feels like maybe you don't really want to do it, or maybe you're doing it for someone else, or maybe it just feels like you don't know exactly whether you're going to get anything out of it. You don't know if it's a good investment. You don't know if it's a good use of your resources. But alas, you feel somewhat constrained maybe to an extent forced to allocate some resources to this thing. Also very possible, I do want to give you a heads up around this, Pisces, you might need to reduce your expenses. And that is pretty much a theme all the way until 2028. Cut costs, reduce expenses, cut costs, reduce expenses, sacrifice the inessential, because the times financially they can be mixed, let's say. Saturn coming in might bring in new duties, responsibilities from a financial perspective, but also new goals. Saturn loves a goal. Saturn loves to build, it loves a goal, it loves a long-term plan. But for the sake of that long-term plan, you may need to restrict your spending because you're looking at the big picture and you're like, oh, I can't just spend impulsively. Sometimes that can happen. It depends also on where your Mars is, my dear Pisces. But that can happen when you have Aries in your second house of income. I mean, Pisces risings might kind of like spend money, and money comes to them fast, but they also spend it very fast. Slow down, take a breather, make a plan. Can I just say, the best use of this energy is to make a plan for the long term, my lovely Pisces risings, in terms of what are your goals financially, what is inessential in terms of expenses, and what are you working towards from a financial standpoint. Saturn and Neptune can bring potentially the loss of a source of income. I will just say it. Look at what was going on in your financial sector end of May 2025 until the beginning of September, because that can give you a heads up as to what sort of duties, burdens, challenges, and responsibilities might come your way from a financial perspective, and what it is that you need to sacrifice, what it is that you need to let go of. Do you need to let go of a source of income? Do you need to let go of unnecessary expenses? Do you need to maybe sacrifice some of your kind of hard-earned cash towards a cause that feels important, but also feels like a big burden financially? So these are all good questions to ask yourselves. 16th of February, Mercury trines Jupiter. What a beautiful day. What a beautiful day. Beautiful for romantic outings. Beautiful for romantic declarations. Beautiful when it comes to planning travels, beautiful for travel in general, short distance, long distance, you name it. Especially if you're going away with a loved one, and especially if you're going away on a romantic getaway. You might also have some really inspiring conversations from a creative perspective. So you're talking to someone and they give you some really good ideas and you're like, oh, I'm going to use this in my next novel, or I'm going to use this in my next song. New moon solar eclipse, 17th of February, active week before, week after. This is interesting, my dear Pisces. Something's pushing you to start purging things out of your life. Declutter, purge, let go. And it may feel like this something is sort of bigger than you, greater than you. You might start doing this as early as February, or you might just get the kind of indicators as to what exactly is going to need to be purged over the next 2 years out of your life. And maybe you don't start immediately. If you don't start in February, you're probably going to start over the summer, July, August. But it's time to kind of empty things from your life that no longer serve you. This new moon solar eclipse is also saying, hey, you got to pay closer attention to your spiritual life, to your mental health, to your addictions, if you have, if that's something that you have in your life, and to the way in which you might sabotage yourselves, Pisces, and address all of these matters with tremendous mental clarity and detachment in a very Aquarian manner, okay? Sun comes into Pisces and energizes you on the 18th of February for the next month. The sun is the source of vitality, and you're probably going to feel in the spotlight quite a bit. And best day of the month, if you ask me, 22nd of February, active day before, day after, Venus trines Jupiter. Oh gosh, just do what you love on this day, Pisces. Spend it with loved ones. Spend it with your child, with your children. Surprise your romantic partner with a grand romantic gesture. If you don't have a romantic partner, please say yes to a date. Please say yes to an invite. Please say yes to people wanting to kind of give you their love, because you are in a very loving mood as well. You are very inspired from a creative perspective, from an artistic perspective. It feels like there is a surge of kind of artistic and creative inspiration making its way to you. If you have children, you love them so much. They love you. I mean, clearly, they love you back, and it all feels very meaningful. Great time also to travel, to plan travels, to talk about travels, and to consider how lucky you are. Can I just say it? To count your blessings, because you are very blessed. Putting it out there. 27th of February, least favorite day of the month. Mars squares Uranus. There can be an unexpected incident on the road, or an unexpected incident connected with traveling, or an unexpected conflict with a neighbor or with a sibling. Potentially also, do be sort of like cautious, take it slow when it comes to driving, when it comes to walking, when it comes to anything that involves transportation, because there is a risk of, I don't know, you slipping on ice. God forbid, you don't have to slip on ice. You probably won't slip on ice, but just take it slow. There's also a possibility someone might try to steal one of your possessions. So don't just leave your wallet, I don't know, visible in the car for someone to kind of like crack a window open and steal your valuables. Now you know. And that is Pisces. Folks, I want to thank you for tuning in for your February horoscope once again. Let us know in the comments how February unfolds for you. And obviously remember that if you want to work with me, you can find me on my website. You can book a personal astrological consultation via my website, written in the stars-astrology.com. It's also in the pinned comment and in the description box. If you like my forecasts, don't forget to give them a thumbs up, a share, a subscribe, and if you like to take notes, or if you want to kind of like keep at the back of your mind, when are things happening for your rising sign? When is the new moon solar eclipse? When does Venus go into Pisces? I've teamed up with an app. Well, it's actually a website called Astro in Calendar. It's also in the pinned comment and in the description box. And it's a subscription-based service, and essentially what you do is there is also a free trial. You create an account and you select what your rising sign is, and based off of your rising sign, it essentially extracts the most important dates, or all of the dates basically that I've walked every sign through. It extracts them and it adds the dates and the description of what I've just walked you through to your own calendar. So if you use Gmail, if you use Outlook, it will essentially populate your calendar with the most important astrological events of the month. So on the 1st of February, if you're a Pisces ascendant, you're going to see full moon in Leo. And then if you click on the event in your calendar, it's going to show you the description, so you don't have to kind of manually take notes if you don't want to. I think it's super handy to have everything in your calendar. You can just click and say, okay, this is what's going on this day. I can align with the energy, or I can postpone something. So you can actively use the astrology on a day-to-day basis because it's right there in your calendar. So Astro and calendar, give them a try. Last but not least, if you're also active on Instagram or on TikTok, I'm mostly active on Instagram. I like Instagram. My Instagram handle is ruxunbelievable, ruxunbelievable in one word. That is my only Instagram account, and that is where I also post more kind of like personal updates. Give me a follow if you're there, if you want to. Thank you once again for tuning in. Always, always, always a pleasure, and I will see you next time. Bye.